Chapter 2047. Although Su Fong was not a cold-blooded or ruthless person, he was not the kind of person who would not seek repayment for his kindness. He could save these lucky survivors of the land of the resting gods, which meant that he was giving them a chance to choose their own fate. Since they were unwilling to submit, Su Fong would not force them. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged expert took the initiative to speak, so Su Fong stopped and asked, "What is it?" The middle-aged expert asked, "Sir, what is the situation in the Azure Dome star field now? You and that person are obviously the peerless geniuses of the Azure Dome star field. Why have you come to the land of the resting gods?" Su Fong did not hide the fact that the domain lord of the Azure Dome star field was sealed in the land of the resting gods, as well as their purpose in entering the land of the resting gods. "So, we have been abandoned by the Azure Dome star field long ago." The middle-aged expert's weary face suddenly revealed a bitter and desperate expression. The other deities were also filled with despair and anger. They were like deflated balloons. They had bitterly held on here in the hope that the Azure Dome star field would send experts to rescue them. Unexpectedly, what awaited them was such a cruel reality. "We are willing to submit to Master." After struggling for a while, the middle-aged expert bowed to Su Fong. The other gods also silently knelt to Su Fong. Just like this, Su Fong suddenly had more than 100,000 subordinates under his command. Most of these subordinates came from sects and forces in the land of the resting gods, but there were also other sects and family forces that fled here after the catastrophe. After more than 100,000 years of survival of the fittest, there were originally more than 3 million people on the island, but now there were only 100,000 left. It was clear how cruel it was. The strongest middle-aged expert was called Pan Zong. He was the leader of his sect and a famous expert in the land of the resting gods. Among the 100,000 survivors, there were more than 100 divine emperors, and the rest were mostly true gods. They were all elites. Among them, there were also thousands of big goblin, the strongest being even stronger than the fire lizard and the sunflower water mermaid. Although these subordinates were all very weak at the moment, once they recovered their strength, their overall strength would be incomparably shocking. In the Cyan Dome Star area, such a force could definitely wipe out a powerful small world. Su Fong used the power of his second primordial spirit and the power of yin and yang of his main body to form a seal seed, which he then injected into the divine apertures and divine dwellings of his subordinates. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about them betraying him in the future. "You were forced to submit to me because you had no other choice. You must still feel uncomfortable in your hearts. In the future, you will understand that not only did I save your lives, I will also change your destiny," Su Fong said domineeringly. Then, he released his divine might and kept all his subordinates into his inner world. Within his internal world, the 10,000 manifestations heavenly Dharma had already condensed an area close to 100 miles wide. It was enough for his subordinates to live in and cultivate. As for the big goblin, they were kept by Su Fong in Xianhuang, 6 Paths Pagoda. For so many years, Su Fong didn't hesitate to use all kinds of spiritual items to improve the quality of the Xianhuang 6 Paths Pagoda. At this time, the Yellow Springs 6 Paths Pagoda was only a step away from becoming a high-grade divine tool. Su Fong's internal world was filled with the chaotic aura of the beginning of the world. The deities in the universe couldn't absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate. They could only rely on elixirs, spiritual items, and other resources. At this time, what Su Fong didn't lack the least was resources. The massive amount of resources that he swindled from Sanskrit came in handy at this time. After seeing Su Fong's internal world, Pan Zong and the other experts were all shocked and aghast. Only then did they realize how amazing their master's talent was. When Su Fong generously took out a large amount of resources and distributed them to his subordinates, these deities who had been trapped in the land of resting gods for hundreds of thousands of years were like starving beggars who suddenly saw a mountain of delicious food. Almost all of them went crazy. At this time, these subordinates were completely loyal to Su Fong. With so many subordinates, their overall strength had undoubtedly skyrocketed. Su Fong was naturally overjoyed. He left the island, killed his way out of the resurrected Big Goblin, and headed straight for the Tomb Mountain in the central region. Pan Zong transmitted his thoughts to Su Fong. Master, if you want to enter the Tomb Mountain and obtain the inheritance imprint, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Su Fong asked, what's going on? The world has changed. The experts buried in the Tomb Mountain have been revived by the power of the Realm Lord. Now, the Tomb Mountain has become the world of resurrected experts. The deities and Big Goblin that surrounded us are only the lowest level. The true resurrected experts are all gathered in the Tomb Mountain. Moreover, outside the Tomb Mountain, there's a strong world barrier. Apart from climbing up step by step from the bottom of the mountain, there is no other way to enter, unless one has the strength to shake the entire land of resting gods. The closer the Tomb Mountain is to the bottom of the mountain, the lower the level of the inheritance imprint. It is not very useful to master. The most precious inheritance imprint is at the peak of the Tomb Mountain. However, if you want to reach it, you have to kill your way up from the bottom of the mountain. You can imagine how difficult it is. Pan Zong explained. Su Fong smiled and asked, since you are telling me this, you must know the shortcut to the peak of the Tomb Mountain, right? Master is truly intelligent. Pan Zong did not miss the opportunity to flatter. He continued, every time you enter the Tomb Mountain to comprehend the inheritance imprint condensed by the fallen experts, you must obtain the permission of the Blue Dome Divine World. You must obtain a teleportation token to enter the Tomb Mountain, which is the key to enter the Tomb Mountain. The various large sects and family forces of the land of resting gods all have a teleportation token. This subordinate sect is one of the top forces in the land of resting gods. So naturally, we also have such a teleportation token. This subordinate has always kept it. Although this teleportation token is not of the highest level in the land of resting gods and cannot reach the peak of the Tomb Mountain, it can be used to directly reach the upper part of the Tomb Mountain through a spatial array. It can save Master a lot of trouble. Su Fong was pleasantly surprised. There is such a thing? Unexpectedly. This time, he saved people out of kindness and subdued 100,000 subordinates. He also unexpectedly obtained the key to enter the middle part of the Tomb Mountain. This was probably because Su Fong had taken action to save people and was blessed by luck. With the teleportation token, it would be much more convenient to enter the Tomb Mountain. Just as Su Fong left the island and rushed to the Tomb Mountain, Ji Wuji arrived first. Ji Wuji smiled disdainfully when he could not see the figures of the geniuses of the Blue Dome Star Domain. The Blue Dome Star Domain is a group of frogs at the bottom of a well. Apart from Su Fong, who is qualified to be slightly valued by me, the others, including Ao Chiontian, are not worth mentioning. I heard that the inheritance seal of the highest peak of the Tomb Mountain in the land of resting gods was left by the domain lord before he died. Only this inheritance seal is of some use to me. First, I will kill my way to the peak of the Tomb Mountain and obtain the inheritance seal. Then, I will find a way to kill this Aunt Su Fong. This trip to the Blue Dome Star Domain can be considered a success. Ji Wuji's body vibrated with a strange sound that resonated with the land of resting gods. His figure flashed, and he entered the entrance of the Tomb Mountain. Asterisk roar. Asterisk a resurrected deity whose flesh and blood had mostly rotted, and whose strength was about the first heaven of the divine emperor realm rushed toward Ji Wuji, surrounded by a deathly aura and a rotten and deathly aura. Ji Wuji smiled faintly and quickly formed a hand seal. As his slender and white fingers flicked, a sound of the great Tao reverberated in the air. The resurrected deity's eyes, which were filled with violence and evil, suddenly showed a confused look. In the end, the look in his eyes when he looked at Ji Wuji became respectful and submissive. Lead the way, Ji Wuji said faintly. The resurrected deity obediently walked forward with large strides. Ji Wuji's heavenly sound, great Tao ability was so strange and mysterious that it could control the consciousness of the resurrected deity. 3 days after Ji Wuji entered the Tomb Mountain, Sun Chi strode to the foot of the divine mountain and charged directly into the tomb mountain with an unstoppable aura. Then, young Master Tianwu and the other geniuses of the Blue Dome divine world entered the tomb mountain and fought a bloody battle. As for Ao Qiongtian, he searched for more than a dozen sects in the land of resting gods, and finally found more than 100 surviving deities of the land of resting gods in an abyss. Hand over the teleportation token, and I will spare your lives. Ao Qiongtian said coldly. I will give you the teleportation token. Take us out of the land of resting gods. These surviving deities were a cultivation force of a family. They had struggled at death's door in the land of resting gods for so many years, but their overall strength was still very strong. As for the patriarch, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th heaven of the divine emperor realm, and he still had the strength to do so. How could such a powerful family force submit to Ao Qiongtian so easily? You don't know what's good for you. Disobeying me, die. Ao Qiongtian exuded a domineering aura and attacked the surviving deities. About an hour later, Ao Qiongtian flew into the sky from the abyss. As for the 100 surviving deities, including the patriarch, their corpses were already lying in the abyss. Su Fong found a spatial formation in the ruins of a sect. After a series of repairs, Su Fong was enveloped by the formation's divine power and disappeared from the sect. When Su Fong reappeared, he was already in the middle of the tomb mountain. He looked carefully. Pieces of material floated around them, and on each piece of material, there was a tomb of the gods. Above the divine tombs, floating 9 truths and 9 suns, these tombstones were not ordinary tombstones. They exuded a shocking aura of the great Tao, and the inscriptions on them were formed by the interweaving of mysterious heavenly marks. The so-called inheritance imprints on the tomb mountain were the tombstones on these divine tombs. The inscriptions on the tombstones were the imprints condensed by the cultivation and understanding of the great Tao of the experts before they died. The deities of the Azure Dome starfield entered the land of resting gods to study these inscriptions and comprehend their own great Tao from the imprints of the great Tao left behind by their predecessors. Therefore, these tombstones were priceless treasures, but they were abandoned here and accompanied by their former owners. If I can take all these tombstones with me, I will gain a lot from this battle in the land of resting gods. Chapter 2048. Crack, crack, crack. Su Fong's aura of life immediately alerted the resurrected experts hiding in the tomb of the god of sin. Terrifying noises came from the tombs around him. Su Fong didn't hesitate any longer. His figure flashed, and he appeared in front of the nearest tombstone. He grabbed at the tombstone. With Su Fong's current strength, he could lift a mountain with one grab. However, the tombstone shook and the inscriptions on the tombstone flickered. An aura of the great path of water diffused from the tombstone and enveloped the tombstone, making it difficult to move. The Blue Dome Domain Lord was right. Only by merging with the mark of inheritance on the tombstone can I take it away. These tombstones were created by the experts with their lifetime cultivation and comprehension of the great path before they died. How could it be so easy to take them away? In the past, these tombstones were placed here for the gods to study. No one dared to touch them. Now, the only way to take them away was to merge with the mark of inheritance. To merge with the mark of inheritance, the prerequisite was that the great path that the gods cultivated was the same as the mark of inheritance, and they had to be recognized by the mark of inheritance. Therefore, it was not an easy task to take away the tombstones. Boom! The tomb of the god of sin shook. A resurrected expert broke out of the ground. The resurrected expert's skin and flesh were rotten, and a strong death chi lingered around him. The death chi also contained a natural death dharma. Life, the resurrected expert's pupil-less eye sockets burned with evil green corpse fire. He spoke vaguely and leaped towards Su Fong. The dense, deathly aura that filled the world surged over. A wave of deathly power surged towards Su Fong in an overwhelming manner. This resurrected expert's strength was almost at the 3rd heaven of the divine emperor realm. In the land of the gods, the natural energy of heaven and earth was changed. Even the great path of heaven was infected by the evil power, which suppressed the power of the gods. Therefore, this resurrected expert strength was difficult for a fifth heaven divine emperor realm god to deal with. Resurrected experts were everywhere in the Tomb Mountain. Su Fong did not want to get entangled with this resurrected expert. As time passed, more resurrected experts would be attracted. Therefore, Su Fong directly activated the supreme grade divine artifact, frost sealing heaven and earth. An extremely cold, majestic, and heavy aura suddenly exploded. With a series of chi-chi-chi sounds, the entire substance was frozen. The figure of the resurrected powerhouse also became stiff and slow. Boom! A domineering, ice-cold punch crushed the resurrected expert into smithereens. A strand of death energy drilled into the token on Su Fong's arm and turned into Su Fong's score. Roar, roar, roar. Roars could be heard from the surrounding matter. These resurrected experts usually slept in the tomb of the gods and would not leave the place they occupied. The commotion just now had alarmed many resurrected experts, and they all rushed towards Su Fong. This is going to be troublesome. 67356 The Tomb Mountain of the resting land of the gods was indeed full of treasures. The problem was that it was not easy to obtain these treasures. Su Fong had to activate the life-shrinking technique and the world's yin and yang divine aura to completely conceal the aura of life and completely isolate it from the outside world. The resurrected expert from the nearby matter lost their target and wandered around for a while before returning to the tomb of the gods. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. Come in. Su Fong activated the world in his body. A mysterious aura that contained and fused all matter, energy, and even the laws of the great path enveloped the tombstone and quickly seeped into the tombstone. Su Fong had the primal chaos divine spark, which meant that he had the talent to encompass everything in the universe. His yin and yang divine aura was the supreme power of the great path that could fuse any energy. With these two advantages, Su Fong easily obtained the recognition of the inheritance mark. The tombstone trembled and the inscriptions on the tombstone flickered. Whoosh! The inheritance mark and the tombstone were absorbed into Su Fong's world. The inheritance mark contained the laws of the great path, but the difference was that these laws of the great path contained the comprehension of the expert's lifetime of cultivation. The laws of the great path were elusive and difficult to find. Even the tiniest bit of comprehension from the inheritance mark would bring unimaginable benefits to the cultivation of the gods. This was also the reason why the resting land of the gods was regarded as a sacred cultivation ground by the Azure Dome Star Field. However, Su Fong did not have the time and energy to comprehend it for the time being and could only seal it in his world. If this tombstone were to be taken out, its value would be equivalent to a middle-grade divine tool. Its value could be said to be considerable. However, the price paid to obtain the tombstone was not small. If Su Fong did not have various special means, how could he have obtained the tombstone so easily? It's fine to use the life-shrinking technique to conceal the aura once or twice, but over a long period of time, the price will be heavy damage to one's life. The gains do not make up for the losses. Su Fong fell in a deep thought. 30 minutes later, Su Fong's eyes flashed. How could I have forgotten about this divine tool? Su Fong flipped his right hand, and a 3-foot-long flag appeared in his hand. The flag was densely covered with stars arranged in a mysterious manner and emitted an incomparably astonishing ancient aura. At a glance, the stars would move and heaven and earth would change. The heaven-shrouding star flag. The heaven-shrouding star flag was a half-grade divine tool of the surpassing king grade. After activating it, it could distort the stars and deceive the heavenly Tao. It could even deceive the heavenly Tao. What kind of terrifying ability was this? If it was activated to the extreme, it could shroud a large world and even isolate a large world from the heavenly Tao, causing the heavenly Tao to stop operating and the energy of heaven and earth to dry up in the area covered. This was the terrifying power of a half-grade divine tool. After so many years of fusion, Su Fong could not even activate one layer of the heaven-shrouding star flag's power. However, it was easy for him to activate this half-gray divine tool to conceal his aura. After Su Fong activated the heaven-shrouding star flag, starlight rippled from the surface of the flag and lingered around Su Fong, turning into specks of starlight that moved in a mysterious trajectory. A vast divine power like the starry sky enveloped Su Fong. Su Fong and the surrounding mysteries of heaven were completely obscured, as if they had completely disappeared from heaven and earth. Not to mention those resurrected experts driven by evil thoughts. Even if a peerless expert was present, they would not be able to sense Su Fong's existence. Sanskrit's supreme treasure is indeed a good treasure. Su Fong could not help but praise from the bottom of his heart. He was endlessly grateful to Shinja Tianjun for delivering such a treasure to him. Whoosh! Su Fong flew across the sky and landed on a nearby object. Just like before, he easily collected the tombstones. From beginning to end, it only took 10 breaths of time. Just like that, one tombstone after another was absorbed into Su Fong's inner world. Every tombstone was a peak middle-grade divine artifact. How could Su Fong be willing to let them go? He did not give up on almost every tomb. After collecting the tombstones, he only left one tomb behind. Like a swarm of locusts passing through, Su Fong frantically collected the tombstones. When the tombstones around him were empty, he continued to advance to the upper part of the tomb mountain. The higher up he went, the more powerful the experts buried there were. The inheritance imprints on the tombstones naturally contained a higher level of comprehension of the laws, and the value of such tombstones would also be greater. During this period, he also alarmed many resurrected experts. However, Su Fong had the heaven-shrouding star flag, so it was impossible for the resurrected experts to discover his existence. Su Fong finally experienced the legendary feeling of counting money until one's hands cramped. Later, Su Fong felt a little guilty after receiving so much. Ji Wuji, Sun Qi, Ao Qiongtian, and the other geniuses, I'm really sorry that I didn't even leave you any soup. No, I left you with the resurrected experts. I left you with the opportunity to earn some achievements. You don't have to thank me. Su Fong felt a little sorry for the other geniuses, but he became more and more skilled at collecting tombstones, and his speed naturally became faster and faster. About 3 months later, in the void in the middle of the tomb mountain, a distorted divine power suddenly emerged. Then, Ao Qiongtian's figure appeared amidst the fluctuations of the array. He had killed the gods of the surviving clans in the land of the resting gods and seized the teleportation token. Then he spent a lot of effort to find a well-preserved spatial array, so it took him a lot of time. When the fluctuations of the array disappeared, Ao Qiongtian's eyes flashed with a domineering luster as he looked at the lower part of the tomb mountain. From time to time, there would be earth-shattering sounds of battle, as well as the roars and roars of the resurrected experts, echoing above the tomb mountain. It was obvious that Ji Wuji, Sun Qi, and the other geniuses were engaged in a fierce battle with the resurrected experts. Even if your strength is heaven-defying, how can you have an advantage over me? You can slowly fight with the resurrected experts. I've obtained a supreme fortune, so I'll leave some for you. Ao Qiongtian smiled domineeringly as a sense of superiority arose. Looking at the tomb of the god of sin, Ao Qiongtian couldn't help but be startled. The tomb of the god of sin was still there, but the tombstones had disappeared. Could they have been destroyed by the resurrected experts? Ao Qiongtian raised his eyebrows. Then he smiled faintly. That's very likely. However, I only need to find the inheritance mark that contains the ruler's great Tao. It doesn't matter if the other tombstones are all destroyed. Ao Qiongtian flew into the sky and landed on a nearby object. Destroyed again? Ao Qiongtian was surprised. He continued down, but the same thing happened. Ao Qiongtian was surprised. Could it be that the inheritance marks on the tomb mountain in the land of the resting gods have all been destroyed? That's impossible. The resurrected experts were born because of the changes in heaven and earth. They are only interested in the aura of life. Why would they destroy the inheritance marks for no reason? Ao Cheongtian speculated and denied his previous thoughts. At this moment, Roar, a resurrected expert, charged out from the object where Ao Cheongtian was. Shua, shua, shua. More than a dozen resurrected experts rushed over from the vicinity. Chapter 2049, Tong Bao Chamber of Commerce, Deity Battle Arena. 8 reading. Book 2 square root 3 centa from the giant light ball floating in the middle. One could see the light screens on the 12 spell altars and the results of the 12 geniuses who had entered the resting land of the gods. On one of the light screens, the first layer of the sky had formed, and the second layer of the sky had started to form. Ji Wuji. Ji People's young master Ji Wuji was the undisputed number one. No one could compete with him. The second was not a genius from the Azure Dome star field, but Sun Chi. His light screen was about to form the first layer of the sky, which showed how extraordinary his strength was. He was almost as strong as Ji Wuji. However, it was said that he was a lowly slave who was abandoned by his parents when he was young. Hence, he was named Sun Chi. Because his background was far inferior to Ji Wuji's, no one paid much attention to Sun Chi. The third was not Ao Cheongtian, but young Master Tianwu. However, the gap between him and Sun Chi was not small, and the gap between him and Ji Wuji was even bigger. As for Ao Cheongtian and Su Fong, their light screens were dim. They were not even as strong as the other geniuses of the Azure Dome star field. It was obvious that they had not killed many resurrected experts. The geniuses of the Azure Dome star field were all suppressed by the geniuses of the outside world, which made everyone feel ashamed. However, there were also people who were elated. These people were naturally from the Brahmin clan, as well as those who had bet heavily on Su Fong's elimination. It's already a blessing as long as Su Fong is safe. Xian Lingzi and the others were not too disappointed. Su Fong's opponent this time was too strong. As long as they could survive, nothing else mattered. Just as everyone was waiting quietly, the light screen suddenly changed drastically. It was not anyone else but Ao Cheongtian. The light screen that belonged to him rose rapidly. In just a dozen days, it surpassed the other geniuses of the Azure Dome star field, then young Master Tianwu, and caught up with Sun Chi. Young Master Ao Cheongtian finally exploded. Ao Cheongtian is the number one genius of the Azure Dome star field. Even if he is not as strong as Ji Wuji, how can he be weaker than Sun Chi? Young Master Ao Cheongtian is accumulating his strength. Just wait and see. It won't be long before he can even trample Ji Wuji under his feet. From the looks of it, Su Fong is too weak compared to Ao Cheongtian. Waves of exclamations and cheers rang out in the deity battle arena. No one could see what was happening inside the resting land of the gods. If he knew that Ao Cheongtian had no choice but to use his full strength to fight against the reincarnated experts, he would be so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He went straight to the center of the tomb mountain. The resurrected experts he encountered were far more powerful than the ones Ji Wuji and the others had encountered. The points obtained from killing these resurrected experts were naturally abundant. How could the speed of his improvement not be fast? Ao Cheongtian could not even get a single legacy imprint from the resurrected experts. One could easily imagine how frustrated he was. If he could hear people praising him, he would definitely be so angry that he would vomit blood and die of depression. Ao Cheongtian is finally strong. That's more like it. How can our Blue Dome star field allow an outsider to show off? 67356 The big shots of the Blue Dome Divine Realm praised Ao Cheongtian greatly when they saw his improvement. The Blue Dome Domain Lord transmitted his voice to Song Yanhai. My lord, is Ao Cheongtian's performance worthy of your attention? Ao Cheongtian was the Blue Dome Domain Lord's disciple. He naturally had to seize the opportunity to speak up for Ao Cheongtian in front of Song Yanhai. Song Yanhai's eyes swept across the screen of light as he said slowly, in terms of performance, Ao Cheongtian is not as good as Su Fong. Ao Cheongtian is not as good as Su Fong. The Blue Dome Domain Lord was surprised. He thought that Song Yanhai was joking with him. Song Yanhai said. Sheng Wuji and Mo Tiangong worked together to refine the tokens of all the geniuses and made some changes. What you see now is just the result of these geniuses killing resurrected experts. In reality, the more resurrected experts you kill, the better your score. Sheng Wuji's Life Grand Dao and Mo Tiangong's Weapon Grand Dao are both famous in the universe. I admire them. The Blue Dome Domain Lord was stunned. Then he asked in confusion, apart from killing resurrected experts, you can also exchange your points for inheritance imprints. However, that will have to wait until you come out of the resting land of the gods. Apart from that, what other criteria do the three lords use to evaluate these geniuses? Although the Blue Dome Domain was holding the Godchild battle in the name of the Blue Dome Star Field, the real decision-makers were the three experts. Song Yanhai was the leader. Even the Blue Dome Domain Lord didn't know what criteria Song Yanhai would use to evaluate the geniuses. Song Yanhai replied, before they entered the resting land of the gods, this seat had already told them that there was another evaluation that was even more important than killing the resurrected powerhouses and obtaining the imprint of inheritance. However, I only mentioned it vaguely and didn't mention it explicitly. The Blue Dome Domain Lord raised his eyebrows. It's protection and responsibility, Song Yanhai said majestically. The reason why the Godchild battle is held in the universe to select geniuses is not to let them enjoy power and wealth, but to deal with the calamity brought about by the resurrected experts. Only those who can stand up in the face of the calamity and protect the human race are qualified to be nurtured. Otherwise, even if they are heaven-defying, what's the point of selecting them? Therefore, in this battle of the divine children, other than the two obvious tests of killing the resurrected experts and obtaining the inheritance imprint, I have deliberately hidden another test, which is to save people. Whoever can save the survivors in the resting land of the gods will get double the points. From the screen, we can see that Su Fong saved many people, but Ao Qiongtian did the opposite. Not only did he not save anyone, but he also killed many survivors. Lord Domain Lord, I don't need to say anything more about who is better, right? Song Yanhai's words convinced the Blue Dome Domain Lord. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. Song Yanhai's impression of Ao Qiongtian must have fallen greatly. In the resting land of the gods, Ji Wuji used the great Tao of heavenly sound to control hundreds of resurrected experts at the same time and killed his way to the center of the Tomb Mountain. At this time, his score almost filled up 2 layers of the screen. It's Ao Qiongtian? Ji Wuji raised his eyebrows when he saw Ao Qiongtian surrounded by hundreds of resurrected experts. Ao Qiongtian obviously used some special method to appear here. It's like cheating. To use such a cheating method to win against me, it's really ridiculous. I thought he was a genius, but now it seems that he is no different from those ants. Ji Wuji snorted at Ao Qiongtian. Then Ji Wuji realized that all the tombstones on the Tomb of the Gods had disappeared. Ji Wuji's expression changed. He was surprised and shocked. Why was this? If one wanted to take the tombstones and obtain the inheritance imprints, they had to merge with the imprints. This required the great Tao that one cultivated, which was the attribute of the Godhead, to be compatible with the inheritance. No matter what great Tao the inheritance imprints on the Tomb of the Gods belonged to, they had all disappeared. In other words, the person who took away the inheritance imprints had a Godhead that encompassed all great Taos. And there was only Ao Qiongtian here. Who else could it be other than him? Ao Qiongtian's great Tao is not the great Tao that we see on the surface. His Godhead, could it be the legendary primal chaos Godhead? Master said that there's a kind of Godhead that is not in the heaven, earth, black, and yellow Godheads. It surpasses the heaven-grade Godhead and encompasses all things and all great Taos. This is the legendary primal chaos Godhead. Only a few supreme existences have the primal chaos Godhead. This Ao Qiongtian has such a heaven-defying Godhead. Ji Wuji looked at Ao Qiongtian with eyes full of shock and unconcealable jealousy. In the end, it turned into cold, killing intent. I, Ji Wuji, cultivate the 9 revolution rebirth technique. I'm a #1 genius in all the worlds. Who can surpass me? Kill Ao Cheongtian and take his primal chaos godhead. Ji Wuji's killing intent was obvious. This was probably the first time in his life that he saw a genius that made him jealous. Generally speaking, very few people would try to take the godhead of another god. Even if they did, it would be very difficult to merge with it. It was just like how Ji Wuji cultivated the 9 revolution rebirth technique. The talent and comprehension of the great Tao that he had accumulated through his 9 reincarnations would be very difficult for others to obtain, even if they possessed his body. Ji Wuji no longer cared about anything else. The primal chaos godhead was of a higher grade than his 9 reincarnations physique. Other than jealousy, he wanted to take it for himself. Even if he couldn't merge with the primal chaos godhead, he couldn't let other geniuses surpass his talent. Kill! Kill! Ji Wuji formed a hand seal and sent out a thought. Hundreds of revived experts charged at Ao Cheongtian. As a result, Ao Cheongtian was even more unlucky. This was because he had killed the survivors of the land of resting gods. It had brought him bad luck, and he couldn't avoid it. Boom! Boom! Heaven and earth rise and fall under my control. Reverse Death Fist. Ao Cheongtian roared as he activated his sovereign Tao divine ability. A domineering aura swept out, emitting a sacred golden Xianguang. He started a fierce battle with almost 200 revived experts. Nearly 200 resurrected experts were equivalent to nearly 200 divine Emperor Realm experts. Although Ao Cheongtian's strength was shocking, he could only be suppressed in the face of such a large number of reincarnated powerhouses who had no idea what they were. Ji Wuji, how despicable of you! You schemed against me. Ao Cheongtian roared as soon as he saw Ji Wuji in the distance. 9 truths, 9 sons. Did I scheme against you? Ji Wuji smiled elegantly as he slowly flew toward the top of the tomb mountain. Sovereign Tao divine seal. Ao Cheongtian formed a shocking seal, and a jade seal that covered an area of 10 feet suddenly descended. The surrounding space was shackled, and the great Tao divine ability stopped operating. The revived experts couldn't move at all. Ji Wuji, Ao Cheongtian, will remember this debt. Chapter 2050. Ao Cheongtian is quite extraordinary. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji was not surprised that Ao Cheongtian had successfully escaped using a powerful divine ability. P is almost equal to, if this person really has a primal chaos divine spark, he will be a formidable opponent in the future. I must find a way to get rid of him as soon as possible. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji's eyes were filled with coldness. P is almost equal to, however, he did not chase after Ao Cheongtian. Instead, he continued to use the heavenly sound, great Tao divine ability to control the resurrected experts and advance to the top of the tomb mountain. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji's target was very clear. P is almost equal to, it was not an ordinary inheritance mark, but the inheritance mark condensed by the domain lord expert at the top of the tomb mountain with his lifetime cultivation and comprehension of the great Tao before he died. P is almost equal to, as he continued to advance upward. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji was even more shocked. P is almost equal to the higher he went, the fewer tombs there were, but the more powerful the resurrected experts he encountered were. P is almost equal to, there was nothing surprising about this. P is almost equal to what shocked Ji Wuji was that the tombstones in front of the tombs were all gone, just like what he had seen in the middle of the tomb mountain. P is almost equal to, it can't be Ao Cheongtian. He doesn't have the strength to take away the inheritance mark under the protection of so many powerful, resurrected experts. Who was it that was one step ahead of me? P is almost equal to only then did Ji Wuji realize that he had misunderstood Ao Cheongtian, and his killing intent toward Ao Cheongtian instantly disappeared. P is almost equal to, however, in his heart, a huge ball of doubt surged up. P is almost equal to, no matter who it is, as long as you have a primal chaos divine spark, how can I let you go? P is almost equal to Ji Wuji was filled with doubt and killing intent as he sped up his pace. P is almost equal to what he saw along the way shocked him more and more. P is almost equal to there were no tombstones in front of the tombs. P is almost equal to they were all empty. P is almost equal to they were all empty. All the tombstones had been taken away. Almost everything had been swept clean. P is almost equal to the shock and jealousy in Ji Wuji's heart grew stronger and stronger. P is almost equal to more than 300 years passed in the blink of an eye. P is almost equal to gradually. P is almost equal to the number of resurrected experts Ji Wuji encountered became fewer and fewer. P is almost equal to, however, the more powerful they were, the more powerful they were. From the middle-level Divine Emperor to the high-level Divine Emperor, all the way to the peak of the Divine Emperor realm, the master of a small world. P is almost equal to even with Ji Wuji's strength. He was gradually unable to bear it. Every step forward became incomparably difficult, and he had no choice but to stop and walk. P is almost equal to Ao Qiongtian had also regrouped, and after recovering, he chased after Ji Wuji with his monstrous rage. P is almost equal to Sun Shi, young Master Tianwu, and the other geniuses quickly caught up from behind. P is almost equal to these geniuses were all peerless geniuses who had been carefully selected from tens of thousands of geniuses. Each and every one of them had extraordinary strength. P is almost equal to, however, not only were there many resurrected powerhouses, but their strength was also extremely shocking. P is almost equal to, moreover, in the resting land of the gods, the strength of gods was suppressed. No matter how strong these geniuses were, they were still under great pressure. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji, Sun Shi, and Ao Qiongtian were all exhausted, while young Master Tianwu and the other geniuses were injured to varying degrees. P is almost equal to Zhao Fan and Bai Holan were both seriously injured, but they made different choices. P is almost equal to Bai Holan created a formation and consumed pills to recover his strength. He was prepared to continue after he recovered his strength. P is almost equal to Zhao Fan directly retreated from the Grave Mountain. P is almost equal to, after recovering, Zhao Fan directly gave up on the idea of obtaining the inheritance imprints from the Grave Mountain. Instead, he returned to the destroyed sects and clans in the resting land of the gods and began to plunder the manuals and resources left behind. P is almost equal to, as the resurrected powerhouses were killed one after another, the geniuses' results also rapidly improved. P is almost equal to the only one who did not change was Su Fong. P is almost equal to seeing that Su Fong's light screen did not move at all. People suspected that he had found a place to hide from Ji Wuji's pursuit. P is almost equal to no one could imagine it. P is almost equal to, while the other geniuses were fighting to the death with the resurrected powerhouses. P is almost equal to Su Fong. P is almost equal to he was secretly making a fortune. His journey was smooth and easy, and no one knew how many inheritance imprints he had obtained. P is almost equal to countless tombstones floated in the world in his body. There were at least 800,000, if not a million. It looked very shocking. P is almost equal to in the past 300 years. P is almost equal to Su Fong peeled off his son's spirit and continuously comprehended the imprints and talismans in the time and space cave. P is almost equal to he had the primal chaos grade divine spark and cultivated the world in his body. P is almost equal to, furthermore, he had the heavens derivation profound solution, which allowed him to see through the mysteries of the heavenly Tao. P is almost equal to hence. Even Ji Wuji, who cultivated the 9 revolution rebirth art and had the accumulated talent of 6 lifetimes, could not compare to Su Fong's talent in comprehending the great Tao. P is almost equal to this was an innate difference. It was not something that could be changed by accumulation. P is almost equal to Su Fong mainly comprehended the great Tao of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and lightning. Although they were common, they were the foundation of the world. Not only could they control the world, but they were also of great help to the growth of Su Fong's world. P is almost equal to, in addition, Su Fong wanted to find the great Tao of time and comprehend it. Unfortunately, he did not find the inheritance imprint of this great Tao. P is almost equal to Su Fong focused on comprehending the great Tao of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and lightning. From ordinary divine emperors to realm lords of small worlds, and even some realm lords of smaller worlds, Su Fong focused on comprehending the inheritance imprints condensed from the most basic to the most profound. He traced them back to the essence of the great Tao. P is almost equal to in the 3,000 years of comprehension in the time and space cave. Su Fong's comprehension of these two great Tao had reached a deeper level and touched upon the essence of the great Tao. P is almost equal to, although his cultivation did not increase, his use of the great Tao had reached the level of a realm lord of a smaller world. The power of his divine ability was 10 times stronger than before. P is almost equal to, there was also an unexpected benefit. P is almost equal to, in the sacred Brahma pool, Su Fong absorbed a large amount of Sanskrit primogenitor's blood chi that contained the great Tao and scattered it in his world. P is almost equal to, as Su Fong's comprehension of the great Tao deepened, these embryos of the great Tao underwent astonishing changes. Like seeds sprouting, they became the great Tao that operated in Su Fong's world. P is almost equal to, if I can comprehend the inheritance imprints of the realm lords of large worlds, I will be able to comprehend the essence of the 6 great Tao thoroughly. At that time, I will no longer be comprehending the great Tao, but controlling the great Tao. P is almost equal to divine emperors constantly comprehended the great Tao. P is almost equal to divine emperors constantly comprehended the essence of the great Tao. Further, they tried to create and evolve the great Tao on the basis of the essence of the great Tao. P is almost equal to, it was like learning to paint. At the beginning, they copied and then innovated from other people's works. They got rid of other people's style and created their own unique style. When they reached a higher level, they could paint freely and become a master. P is almost equal to, some people could not get rid of the shackles of others and could not comprehend the essence of the great Tao. Their achievements in cultivation stopped at the divine emperor realm. P is almost equal to tracing back to the source and comprehending the essence of the great Tao. One could surpass the divine emperor realm. P is almost equal to this realm, could be called the lord of a large world. Therefore, it was called the hierarch realm. P is almost equal to the hierarch realm was also divided into 9 levels. Like the divine emperor realm, it was divided into 3 levels: lower, middle, and upper. P is almost equal to powerful realm lords of small worlds and elders of large worlds usually had the cultivation of lower hierarch realm. P is almost equal to middle hierarch realm was the great elder of a large world. The cultivation of the 3 divine kings was at the 7th heaven of hierarch realm. P is almost equal to ordinary realm lords of large worlds were at the upper hierarch realm. P is almost equal to, however, there were also differences in the upper hierarch realm. For example, the Star Billow realm lord was at the 8th heaven of hierarch realm. P is almost equal to, some powerful realm lords of large worlds were at the 9th heaven of hierarch realm. Some even surpassed the hierarch realm. P is almost equal to, some powerful ultimate gods, because they had mastered the essence of the great path law, could change the wind and clouds with a raise of their hands and feet. A thought could cause the heavens to collapse and the earth to rend. P is almost equal to, Su Fong could deeply touch the essence of the great Tao when he was at the middle hierarch realm. The height of his realm far exceeded his own cultivation. Although he was not at the level of a large world's realm lord, he had far surpassed the lower hierarch realm and reached the middle hierarch realm. P is almost equal to Su Fong's true strength came from his inner world. As his understanding of the great Tao deepened, his inner world would also usher in more shocking changes. P is almost equal to, all of you, come here. P is almost equal to, Su Fong's yang spirit entered his inner world and appeared in front of the tombstones filled with inheritance imprints. He then transmitted his thoughts to all the gods under him. P is almost equal to swish. Swish. P is almost equal to the experts that Su Fong had subdued before, as well as Pan Zong and his 100,000 subordinates in the resting land of the gods, all gathered around Su Fong. P is almost equal to greetings, master. P is almost equal to Pan Zong, and the others bowed to Su Fong. P is almost equal to, after more than 300 years of recovery, many of the experts subdued by the resting land of the gods had recovered 50 to 60% with the help of the resources provided by Su Fong. Although they had not reached their peak, they were all in high spirits. P is almost equal to seeing the tombstones below Su Fong. The eyes of Pan Zong and the other experts with extraordinary eyesight suddenly changed. P is almost equal to some of these experts in the resting land of the gods have been lucky enough to enter the tomb mountain to meditate, but what they meditated on were relatively low-level inheritance imprints. At most, they could only meditate on one tombstone at a time. P is almost equal to every time they entered the tomb mountain. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It could be said that it was a good fortune. P is almost equal to every tombstone was incomparably precious. At this time, Su Fong had absorbed so many tombstones into his inner world. What kind of strength and heaven-defying talent did this require? P is almost equal to originally. These experts had no choice but to submit to Su Fong. Some of them were grateful, while others were dissatisfied or unconvinced. P is almost equal to seeing this scene, including Pan Zong, the realm lord of the small world, admired Su Fong from the bottom of their hearts. P is almost equal to Pan Zong. You are responsible for setting the law. In the future, those who cultivate diligently and make contributions to this master can choose to meditate on the inheritance imprint. Cultivation resources will also be distributed according to this. P is almost equal to Su Fong revealed the domineering aura of a peerless overlord of the large world. P is almost equal to with so many subordinates. They must be managed. Only in this way could they form a strong fighting force. Otherwise, no matter how many people there were, they would be scattered sand. P is almost equal to Su Fong plan to let Xian Lingzi manage these subordinates in the future. The specific matters will be taken care of by Pan Zong. This person was the strongest among the subordinates and used to be a sect force. He was suitable to manage these matters. P is almost equal to thank you, master. P is almost equal to Pan Zong was surprised and happy. P is almost equal to swish. Swish. P is almost equal to more than 100,000 subordinates. All of their eyes were focused on the tombstones. Their eyes were shining. P is almost equal to among these people who had the opportunity to meditate on the inheritance imprint left by the strong. P is almost equal to at this time. Su Fong gave them such a good fortune. How could they not be excited? P is almost equal to from this moment on, all of them were united. P is almost equal to all of the subordinates were completely loyal to Su Fong. Even if they were driven away, no one would leave Su Fong. P is almost equal to. Chapter 2051. Another 200 years had passed. P is almost equal to Su Fong concealed his aura with the sky concealing star flag and gradually approached the peak of the tomb mountain. P is almost equal to at the peak of the tomb mountain was a huge mountain with an area of 10,000 miles. P is almost equal to this huge mountain was actually the remains of the original owner of the resting land of the gods after he died. P is almost equal to there is also a tombstone at the top of the mountain. This tombstone had been condensed from all the comprehensions of this powerful domain lord expert. P is almost equal to a domain lord's comprehension of the great Tao was astonishing. Those with a lower cultivation base would not be able to comprehend anything from it. Only great domain lords could comprehend some clues from it. Even the blue sky domain lord often came here to comprehend and cultivate. P is almost equal to, however, not all great domain lords were qualified to comprehend the domain lord's inheritance imprint. Only those powerful great domain lords who had made contributions to the blue sky domain lord were qualified to do so. P is almost equal to this huge mountain released an astonishing shackling force. Not to mention ordinary deities, even great world realm lords would find it hard to fly in the air around this huge mountain. P is almost equal to it would be very difficult for Su Fong to climb this huge mountain and find the inheritance imprint. After thinking for a while, Su Fong temporarily dismissed the idea and looked at the bottom of the huge mountain. P is almost equal to below the huge mountain was a mausoleum. There were a total of 9 mausoleums. They were connected together and formed a mass of more than 100 miles. P is almost equal to there were pieces of material floating around the mass. On each piece of material, there was a tomb of the gods, as if they were guarding the mausoleum. P is almost equal to obviously, the mausoleum was different from the tomb of the gods below. It was not the mausoleum of ordinary experts. P is almost equal to in addition, there was no tombstone formed by the inheritance imprint in the mausoleum. P is almost equal to Su Fong carefully circled around the mausoleum and saw a huge hole. It was dark and gloomy, and there was a dense aura of death gushing out from it. It whistled and rolled, and there was a burst of ghostly wailing and howling. P is almost equal to maybe the inheritance imprint is underground. Moreover, these mausoleums are below the domain lord level. They are buried at least great domain lords. If I can obtain the legacy imprints of these powerhouses. Su Fong's heart was pounding, and his eyes were shining brightly. P is almost equal to, however, Su Fong did not dare to be careless. P is almost equal to buried here was a realm lord of a high-level ultimate realm, or even a peerless expert of a realm lord of a higher level. P is almost equal to moreover, there were a total of 9 of them. If any one of them was resurrected, Su Fong would not be able to deal with it. If he was not careful, he might lose his life. P is almost equal to P is almost equal to Su Fong used his perfection stage ability and combined it with the heavenly secret life shrinking technique to sense the auras inside the cave. He found that there were at least 6 incomparably powerful auras. As they fluctuated, they caused the deathly aura of the entire resting land of gods to fluctuate slightly. P is almost equal to there are actually 6 powerful resurrected experts. P is almost equal to Su Fong was shocked. P is almost equal to if he rashly broke into the underground tomb, even with the heaven-concealing star flag, he could not guarantee that he would not be discovered. At that time, it would be strange if he was not torn to pieces. P is almost equal to looks like I have to think of another way. P is almost equal to Su Fong was very helpless. The supreme treasure was right in front of him, but he could not get it. He was very depressed. P is almost equal to Su Fong was also a decisive person. He immediately cut off the idea. Many experts died because of greed. Su Fong had already gained a lot and would not risk his life again. P is almost equal to Fu/P, and Su Fong flew to the floating objects around the mausoleum. He planned to collect all the inheritance imprints on the objects around him and then leave the tomb mountain. P is almost equal to using the heaven-concealing star flag to conceal his aura and isolate the world. He then released the yin and yang energy of the world to wrap around the inheritance imprints. With a boom, a tombstone was absorbed into Su Fong's inner world. P is almost equal to at this moment. P is almost equal to Jiwuji was protected by more than 20 revived experts. He also emitted waves of strange heavenly sound waves, causing his entire body to become one with the world of the resting land of the gods. It was difficult to sense his aura. P is almost equal to he witnessed the tombstone being absorbed by Su Fong. P is almost equal to what kind of powerful divine weapon was the heaven-concealing star flag? P is almost equal to Jiwuji also could not sense Su Fong's existence. P is almost equal to, however, Jiwuji cultivated the strange great Tao of heavenly sound. He could sense where Su Fong was and revealed a look of disbelief. P is almost equal to I want to see who has the ability to sneak into the tomb mountain of the resting land of the gods and take away so many inheritance imprints. P is almost equal to then, Jiwuji controlled more than 20 revived experts to attack Su Fong. P is almost equal to at the same time. P is almost equal to Jiwuji struck out with a shocking seal. The energy of the heaven Dao shook, and it caused a shocking storm to descend towards the place where Su Fong was hiding. P is almost equal to Buzz / P and AP, the destiny Dao text of the life contraction technique, and the true text of the heaven's divination solution flashed rapidly in Su Fong's mind, foreshadowing the imminent arrival of great danger. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji. P is almost equal to Su Fong also realized that it was Ji Wuji who was using his divine ability. He was instantly shocked and hurriedly defended himself. P is almost equal to who knows / P, and AP saw that Ji Wuji had just started to form seals, but in reality, an incomparably powerful attack had already descended. The terrifying power of the heavenly Tao quakes bombarded the divine might of the sky, shrouding star flag. P is almost equal to, it's a heavenly sound attack that's fused with the great Tao of time. P is almost equal to Su Fong suddenly understood. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji had accumulated 6 lifetimes of cultivation and was extremely talented. His comprehension of the heavenly path was also extremely shocking. He had merged the great Tao of time and the great Tao of heavenly sound to release an attack. Even Su Fong, who had cultivated the great Tao of time, found it difficult to guard against it. P is almost equal to the divine might of the sky, shrouding star flag, immediately shattered layer by layer. With a whoosh, it shrunk to the size of a meter and flew into Su Fong's body. P is almost equal to Su Fong was completely exposed. P is almost equal to Su Fong. It's actually Su Fong. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji revealed an incredulous expression. P is almost equal to immediately. His eyes flashed with excitement and killing intent. So this ant actually has a primal chaos divine spark. Once I kill him, the primal chaos divine spark will belong to me. P is almost equal to the sky, shrouding star flag's main ability was to conceal the heavenly Tao and did not have any defensive abilities. Although it had neutralized a portion of Ji Wuji's attack, more than half of its power still bombarded Su Fong's body. P is almost equal to boom. P is almost equal to Su Fong's robe instantly turned into powder under the heavenly sound, followed by his skin. P is almost equal to the ancestral dragon armor automatically fused with his flesh and blood to form a powerful protection that blocked Ji Wuji's attack. P is almost equal to, however, Ji Wuji's great Tao of heavenly sound was very strange. It resonated with the heavenly Tao and attacked from the outside. Even Su Fong's primordial spirit, divine dwelling, and flesh trembled. Although it was not a serious injury, it caused Su Fong to vomit blood. P is almost equal to this was also because Su Fong's divine aperture was sturdy, his divine dwelling was vast, and his divine body was strong enough. In addition to the powerful defensive ability of the ancestral dragon armor, an ordinary 7th heaven divine, Emperor Realm True God, would have been turned into meat paste on the spot. Even their yang spirit would have been shattered. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji is actually so powerful. He's at least a medium supreme god. He's far stronger than a realm lord of a small realm, and not far from an ordinary realm lord of a great realm. P is almost equal to Su Fong was shocked. No wonder Shu Wan really told him to run as far as he could when he encountered Ji Wuji. P is almost equal to P is almost equal to Ji Wuji originally thought that even if this attack could not kill Su Fong, it would at least severely injure him and then calmly shackle him. P is almost equal to he did not expect that Su Fong would only be slightly injured. P is almost equal to what a powerful defensive divine artifact, a protective divine artifact made from the ancestral dragon armor. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji's eyes shone with a terrifying light when he saw the ancestral dragon armor on Su Fong's body. P is almost equal to, just as he was about to continue using his divine ability, the token on his right arm suddenly released a divine power that shackled Ji Wuji from the outside. At the same time, it also entered Ji Wuji's body and formed a shocking seal that sealed Ji Wuji from the inside out. P is almost equal to before entering the resting land of the gods. Every genius was given a token. Not only was it used to calculate the results of the geniuses, it was also used to restrict the geniuses. As long as the geniuses attacked other geniuses, it would immediately release the power of the seal. P is almost equal to, although Ji Wuji knew that the power of the seal and the token was shocking, he did not expect that the person who attacked just now would be Su Fong and would be shackled by the seal so suddenly. P is almost equal to Su Fong was surprised and overjoyed. Just as he was about to attack Ji Wuji, more than 20 resurrected experts had already reached the material realm. P is almost equal to boom. Boom. P is almost equal to these 20 resurrected experts were controlled by Ji Wuji after he reached the upper part of the Tomb Mountain. Each of them had the strength of a small realm's realm lord and were shockingly powerful. P is almost equal to Su Fong was heavily injured at this time. Facing so many resurrected experts, he had no choice but to release his subordinates, the Big Goblin and other experts, to engage in a fierce battle with the resurrected experts. P is almost equal to Qing Yu, and Bai Ling already had the strength to fight against a realm lord of a small realm. Pan Zong himself was a realm lord of a small realm. Together with Gue, they actually had the upper hand against more than 20 resurrected experts that were equivalent to a realm lord of a small realm. P is almost equal to, however. The fierce battle here alarmed the resurrected experts in the material realm, and they all rushed over. P is almost equal to, I didn't expect you to have so many experts under you. When I break free from my shackles, I will definitely pull out your tendons and skin you alive. P is almost equal to, although Ji Wuji was shackled, he did not panic. He still maintained his elegant appearance and constantly urged the power of his primordial spirit to attack the shackles. P is almost equal to the shackles released by the token could only shackle people temporarily and would not seal them forever. P is almost equal to, after half an hour, under Ji Wuji's continuous attacks, the shackles of the token finally collapsed. The token also merged back into his arm and turned into a 9-tiered blue dome pattern. P is almost equal to, even if I don't do it myself, I can still easily kill him. Seeing Su Fong and his subordinates being surrounded by the resurrected experts, Ji Wuji smiled coldly and embarrassedly. However, isn't it a pity to let you die in the hands of the resurrected experts? P is almost equal to Ji Wuji reached out and grabbed, and a figure appeared in front of him. P is almost equal to this figure was not a living person, but a corpse without any aura. However, its appearance was exactly the same as Ji Wuji's. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji spat out a mouthful of essence blood and enveloped the corpse. P is almost equal to Zizi/P, and AP the essence blood quickly seeped into the corpse. In an instant, the originally lifeless corpse suddenly opened its eyes. A powerful aura of a realm lord of a small realm exploded from the corpse. P is almost equal to first body, go, and suppress Su Fong. Don't let the resurrected experts devour him. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji shouted coldly, and the other Ji Wuji pounced towards Su Fong. P is almost equal to. Chapter 2052. Ji Wuji had cultivated the 9 reincarnation technique and had already cultivated for 6 lifetimes. Every time he cultivated for a lifetime, he would have a clone. Novel ranking /P and AP. The clone he had just released was the clone he had cultivated for his first lifetime. P is almost equal to, after removing the clone from his first lifetime, Ji Wuji's aura immediately weakened by a lot. The current Ji Wuji was equivalent to the accumulation of 6 lifetimes. Removing the clone from his first lifetime was equivalent to removing 1/6 of his strength. P is almost equal to, unlike other clones, Ji Wuji's clone in each lifetime was an individual with the aura of destiny. Even if he killed Su Fong, his original body would not be affected. P is almost equal to, it's your great honor to be able to make me release my first lifetime. Ji Wuji looked at Su Fong with a ruthless gaze. P is almost equal to, after I suppress you and take your primal chaos divine spark, I will use your divine body to cultivate for another lifetime. This is equivalent to one less lifetime of cultivation. I didn't expect to obtain such a fortune in this trip to the Azure Dome star field. P is almost equal to when Ji Wuji entered the resting land of the gods. He did not intend to kill Su Fong in the beginning. Instead, he planned to humiliate Su Fong again and again, crushing his Tao heart and making him unable to recover from a setback. For a peerless genius, this was definitely crueler than killing him directly. P is almost equal to, however, Ji Wuji changed his mind at this moment. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji had deduced that Su Fong had a primal chaos divine spark. In addition, Su Fong had the ancestral dragon armor, as well as his divine body, spiritual abode, and spiritual aperture that could withstand a powerful attack from him. Therefore, Ji Wuji decided not only to seize Su Fong's divine spark and Dharma treasures, but also to refine him into a clone with a forbidden technique. P is almost equal to Su Fong. Qing Yu, Bai Ling, Guege, Pan Zong, and the others were surrounded by the resurrected experts. When they saw Ji Wuji releasing his clone to kill them, they no longer hid anything. P is almost equal to Dragon Bird. It's your turn to show off. P is almost equal to Su Fong shouted coldly and released the Dragon Bird. P is almost equal to a streak of fiery light rose up and turned into a monster that was over 300 meters tall. It looked like a dragon, but it wasn't a dragon, and it looked like a phoenix, but it wasn't a phoenix. It gave off a terrifying aura of the sun and a domineering aura that looked down on the world. P is almost equal to as soon as the Dragon Bird appeared, the resurrected experts sensed its aura. It was as if they had met their natural enemy, and all of them revealed looks of fear and panic. Their attacks on Su Fong and his subordinates also slowed down. P is almost equal to roar. P is almost equal to the Dragon Bird raised its head to the sky and let out an incomparably high-pitched cry. The pure Yang divine might of the purest Yang suddenly exploded and swept out in all directions. P is almost equal to puff, puff, puff. The heads of the dozen or so resurrected experts closest to the draconic bird suddenly exploded as the draconic bird screeched. Their bodies burned with pure Yang flames, and the monstrous death qi inside and outside their bodies was quickly purified. P is almost equal to the other resurrected experts retreated like a tide. P is almost equal to what was even more astonishing was that the deathly aura that was everywhere within a radius of over 50 kilometers was being incinerated and purified by the Dragon Bird's divine might. P is almost equal to this scene. P is almost equal to it was as if a divine sun had suddenly risen in the sky that was filled with haze, dispelling the haze. P is almost equal to that was not all. P is almost equal to Qing Yu, Bai Ling, Pan Zong, and the other big goblin experts were suppressed in the resting land of the gods. At this time, under the sun divine might of the Dragon Bird, they felt as if they were being illuminated by the sun's radiance. Their suppressed strength suddenly recovered to its peak state. P is almost equal to after devouring 1/5 of Feng Mingtian's origin blood essence. Its strength had become so terrifying. With just a cry, it could kill more than a dozen resurrected experts that were equivalent to the master of a small realm and restore the surrounding dead world to its original state. P is almost equal to Qing Yu transmitted a Yuan spirit voice to Su Fong. Kid, you raised a good son. P is almost equal to Su Fong was also surprised and happy. This is not just my credit. There is also Xuanxin. Why do I feel a little strange? P is almost equal to Qing Yu laughed out loud. P is almost equal to what kind of monster is that? It has a divine might that specializes in restraining resurrected experts. No wonder Su Fong was able to force the third tribe to retreat without success. He has so many divine powers and techniques. P is almost equal to this kid possesses supreme fortune and countless heaven-defying techniques. I have cultivated for 6 lifetimes, and my fortune is unparalleled. Everything he has is merely my fortune. Kill him, and everything he has will be mine. P is almost equal to the eyes under Ji Wuji's willow-shaped eyebrows flickered with a bright light. They were filled with astonishment and incomparable greed. P is almost equal to the sun divine might of the dragon bird, scared away all of the resurrected experts. But these resurrected experts instinctively wanted to destroy the dragon bird, and they once again swarmed towards Su Fong. P is almost equal to seeing this. Ji Wuji's first body stopped and observed from afar. P is almost equal to the vermilion bird mirror shot out from its glabella, and streaks of crimson light shot out from the mirror, sweeping in all directions. P is almost equal to whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. P is almost equal to like the scorching sun shining upon ice and snow. The vermilion bird mirror's red light swept over the resurrected powerful beings, and the aura of death around their bodies was immediately dispelled. Some of the weaker ones even had their bodies incinerated into nothingness. P is almost equal to in the blink of an eye. The first floor of resurrected experts was cleared away. P is almost equal to under the divine might of the vermilion bird mirror and dragon bird. The aura of death on the resurrected powerful beings that were stronger than the realm lords of small realms was constantly purified. Their powers were also suppressed, and the pressure on Su Fong and his subordinates was greatly reduced. P is almost equal to divine weapon of the ancient divine phoenix clan. Su Fong's monster actually has a divine weapon of the ancient divine phoenix clan that can purify the death aura of resurrected experts. P is almost equal to even the dragon bird had a divine weapon like the vermilion bird mirror. Ji Wuji was stunned once again, and he immediately ordered his first body to attack Su Fong. P is almost equal to, I can tell that you're up to no good, pretty boy. You want to take advantage of the situation? Have a taste of the power of the Chaos Ring. P is almost equal to Bai Ling activated the Chaos Ring, and a terrifying aura that could cause the laws of heaven and earth to fall into chaos erupted from the Chaos Ring as it charged toward Ji Wuji's first body. P is almost equal to boom. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji's first body to leap forward and threw a punch at the Chaos Ring. P is almost equal to, after a series of explosions, the Chaos Ring was sent flying, but Ji Wuji's first body was unscathed. P is almost equal to boom, boom, boom. P is almost equal to the body of Ji Wuji's first body suddenly grew at a crazy rate, and he transformed into a giant over 500 feet tall, giving off a terrifying aura that could shake heaven and earth. P is almost equal to the muscles all over the giant's body bulged like mountain ranges, and a majestic power surged through his body, creating a sound that sounded like a tsunami. P is almost equal to demonic arts. Ji Wuji actually cultivated a demonic art. P is almost equal to Su Fong raised his eyebrows. P is almost equal to this isn't a demonic art. Shu Wanjin's voice gushed out from the ancient mirror along with a chilling aura. Ji Wuji's ambition is greater than the heavens, so he cultivated a forbidden technique like the 9 Revolutions rebirth technique. In his first life, he specialized in cultivating his divine body using the cultivation methods of humans during the Desolate Era. So his divine body was incomparably strong, and his cultivation foundation was also incomparably firm. P is almost equal to, just as they were talking, Ji Wuji's first body took a step forward and threw out another punch. This punch didn't just contain the power of his divine body. It also contained the mysteries of the heavenly Tao, and its power was unparalleled. P is almost equal to Pan Zong was sent flying by the punch, and he spat out blood. All the bones in his body were shattered, and his flesh was mangled. P is almost equal to there were more than 10 resurrected experts beside him, and they sensed the majestic aura of life emitted by Ji Wuji's first body, so they frantically charged toward him. However, they were swept away by the aftershock of his punch, and they all staggered unsteadily. P is almost equal to Qing Yu activated the divine wing sword, and a series of black Xian Guang slashed through the air and landed on Ji Wuji's first body's divine body, leaving behind wounds. P is almost equal to, however, after his blood and energy surged, his wounds quickly healed. Ji Wuji's first body looked toward Qing Yu and shouted in a domineering manner, "How dare a mere demonic rock act so presumptuously in front of me?" P is almost equal to Ji Wuji's first body slashed toward Qing Yu, and the space around him trembled violently. Qing Yu had to unleash his spatial innate ability to dodge this terrifying attack. P is almost equal to what a powerful divine body. It's at least as powerful as an intermediate supreme god. P is almost equal to Su Fong was astonished. P is almost equal to Shu Wanjin said, "This is still not his full power. If Ji Wuji unleashed the full power of this clone, it would be at least as powerful as an ordinary realm master. P is almost equal to looks like I have no choice but to go all out this time. I wonder if Ji Wuji's first body is more powerful, or if my giant diamond body is more powerful." P is almost equal to he waved his hand and drew Qing Yu, Bai Ling, Gui, and Pan Zong into his body. The dragon bird also swallowed the vermilion bird mirror before being drawn into Su Fong's internal world. P is almost equal to clap, clap, clap. P is almost equal to golden electric currents flashed on Su Fong's body. Then his body crazily expanded and turned into a golden giant that was 1,000 feet tall. P is almost equal to 1,000 feet tall, was even taller than an ordinary mountain peak. Such a terrifying giant's body alone was a huge deterrent. P is almost equal to moreover. The giant also released a sacred and awe-inspiring divine aura, as if he was a god of war. P is almost equal to another peerless divine ability. Ji Wuji was a little numb to Su Fong's endless tricks. He immediately ordered his first body, suppress him. If this drags on, more and more powerful cultivators will be revived. P is almost equal to boom, boom, boom. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji's first body unleashed a fist technique, while Su Fong, after his giant diamond body, used the Herculean divine palm. P is almost equal to the fist technique, and the palm print collided, causing an earth-shattering commotion. The entire tomb mountain was shaking. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji's first body was forced to retreat under Su Fong's ferocious attacks. It was difficult for him to match up. P is almost equal to Pu. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji's first body punched the golden giant's chest. P is almost equal to Su Fong did not dodge and allowed Ji Wuji's first body to attack. Suddenly, waves of golden runes appeared on his skin and quickly intertwined to form a golden rune defense, blocking Ji Wuji's first body's attack. P is almost equal to, however, there was still a terrifying shockwave that made Su Fong spit out a mouthful of golden blood. P is almost equal to blood spurted out of Su Fong's mouth like sharp sword rays, piercing Ji Wuji's first body's face and riddling it with holes. P is almost equal to, at the same time, the giant that Su Fong had transformed in a hugged Ji Wuji's first body by the waist and then suddenly exploded with power. P is almost equal to because the power was too fierce and majestic. Su Fong exploded with a thunderous sound. P and AP crack, crack, crack. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji's first body's ribs were broken and his internal organs were crushed. No matter how hard he tried, he could not escape. P is almost equal to, in the end, Ji Wuji's first body's upper body was crushed by Su Fong. Although Ji Wuji did not die, he was seriously injured. P is almost equal to Su Fong released a burst of yin and yang energy and shackled Ji Wuji's first body. Then, Ji Wuji kept Ji Wuji's first body in his inner world and quickly returned to his normal state from his giant diamond body. P is almost equal to Su Fong. How dare you? P is almost equal to Ji Wuji did not expect Ji Wuji's first body to be captured. He was shocked and angry and roared angrily. P is almost equal to. Chapter 2053. This body was the cultivation that Ji Wuji had obtained after cultivating for his entire life. Novel ranking P and APG Wuji's first body cultivated the divine body. Losing his first body meant that his divine body would be severely damaged. This was much more serious than being injured. P is almost equal to he originally thought that he could easily suppress Su Fong, but he did not expect that his first body would be restrained by Su Fong instead. One could imagine the shock and anger in Ji Wuji's heart. P is almost equal to at this moment. Ji Wuji no longer had any scruples. P is almost equal to Huff. P and AP and other two figures appeared in front of Ji Wuji. There were two more doppelgangers. They were the third and fourth bodies that he had obtained after cultivating for 2 lifetimes. P is almost equal to in these 2 lifetimes, he cultivated the primordial spirit and the Ji people's great Tao of heavenly sound. One had an extremely powerful primordial spirit, while the other had a powerful and strange great Tao of heavenly sound. P is almost equal to the strength of these 2 doppelgangers was comparable to a mid-level ultimate god. Ji Wuji's 2 lifetimes of cultivation was definitely not at this level. However, he was limited by his original body's cultivation. At this moment, he could only explode with this level of strength at his strongest. P is almost equal to Su Fong. Quickly think of a way to escape. If there's no other way, you and I can work together to activate the Origin Sacred Mirror and kill Ji Wuji. P is almost equal to Shu Wanjin had been paying attention to Su Fong. Seeing that Su Fong was facing the attacks of 2 mid-level ultimate gods and was surrounded by many resurrected experts, she immediately reminded Su Fong loudly. P is almost equal to senior sister. Didn't you want to kill Ji Wuji personally? If we work together to kill him now, the hatred in your heart will not disappear and your Tao heart will be affected. It will definitely affect your cultivation in the future. Therefore, it's better to leave Ji Wuji to you. P is almost equal to Su Fong said very decisively. P is almost equal to Su Fong released his second primordial spirit and started a fight with Ji Wuji's second body that mainly cultivated the primordial spirit. With his second primordial spirit's powerful primordial spirit, he actually had the upper hand in the fight against Ji Wuji's second body. P is almost equal to Su Fong's original body used blue sky underworld. At the same time, he fused prehistoric inflammation in the blood sea and used illusory fire cloud to fight against the third body. P is almost equal to at this time. The heaven underworld was completely different from when Su Fong had just seized this cultivation method from Fan Yi. P is almost equal to the blood water below was swirling and whistling, and the blood dome above was enveloped by a terrifying reincarnation divine might. It was endless, and everything that was caught in the divine might would sink into the cycle of reincarnation. P is almost equal to a crimson claw stretched out of the crimson dome and devoured the third clone's blood chi and bloodline. P is almost equal to, in the sea of blood below, the prehistoric inflammation was burning in the form of a cloud of fire. It was as if the divine might of fire from ancient times had swept through the area, turning the area within a radius of 1,000 feet into a world of fire. P is almost equal to not only that. P is almost equal to blood shadow doppelgangers kept appearing and disappearing in the domain covered by the blue sky underworld. They entered Ji Wuji's third body and came out with a large amount of blood chi. P is almost equal to, after coming from the Brahma heaven god realm to the blue dome star field, Su Fong had not stopped cultivating the blue sky underworld for so many years. He had also devoured a large amount of Sanskrit's progenitor's blood essence and the blood energy in 1/5 of Feng Mingtian's origin blood essence, causing the blue sky underworld's power to soar by more than 10 times. P is almost equal to at this time. Coupled with the prehistoric inflammation, he was not at a disadvantage against the middle-level supreme god's third body. Instead, he was suppressing it. P is almost equal to at the same time. Su Fong condensed a physical body and continuously devoured the chaos origin yang qi, causing the severe exhaustion from using the gigantified Vajra body to quickly recover. P is almost equal to, however, Su Fong's situation was still not optimistic. P is almost equal to the main reason was that the resurrected experts had used the blue sky underworld to release their blood chi, attracting a large number of resurrected experts to rush over and attack the blue sky underworld. It was difficult for them to hold on for much longer. P is almost equal to, this young master has cultivated for 6 lifetimes and has never had a day like this. Lowly ant, you have finally succeeded in angering me. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji had completely lost his usual elegance and calmness. His handsome face was filled with shock and anger. P is almost equal to if this continued. Even if the two doppelgangers were not killed by Su Fong, they would be devoured by the resurrected experts. Even the original body would not be able to escape. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji released the other two doppelgangers and pounced on Su Fong. P is almost equal to suddenly. P and APG Wuji sense something and turn around. P is almost equal to AO. Xiongtian's tyrannical aura seemed to be able to crush the heavens and earth as he charged over from below. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji raised his eyebrows and shouted coldly, "Ao Xiongtian, you dare to attack this young master? Aren't you afraid of being shackled by the token?" P is almost equal to in the blink of an eye. P is almost equal to Ao. Xiongtian rushed to a distance of 10,000 feet and shouted domineeringly, "This young master is the disciple of the Blue Sky Domain Lord. How can I not have powerful methods? At least, this young master has methods to deceive the token for the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Right now, you're only left with the original body of this life. The time it takes to burn an incense stick is enough for this young master to kill you." P is almost equal to after laughing arrogantly. Ao Xiongtian took a step forward and appeared 1,000 feet away from Ji Wuji. Then he opened his mouth and spat out a huge sword. P is almost equal to Ao Xiongtian was severely injured by Ji Wuji's sneak attack. Naturally, his hatred for Ji Wuji was monstrous. Therefore, he immediately activated his natal divine artifact. P is almost equal to in an instant. P is almost equal to a domineering, fierce, and monstrous sword intent slashed down towards Ji Wuji. P is almost equal to this slash could cut through the sky. Everything that went against Ao Xiongtian's would be wiped out. P is almost equal to boom. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji's figure, and the substance under him were split in half by this slash. P is almost equal to Ao. Xiongtian did not expect to succeed so easily. He could not help but be stunned. Then he realized something and said in shock, "The great Tao of time. P is almost equal to, that's right. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji's figure appeared a dozen miles away. P is almost equal to," he mocked disdainfully. "This young master has mastered the great Tao of time. Even if this young master does not make a move, Ao Xiongtian, do you think you can kill this young master in a mere incense stick's worth of time? When this young master retrieves his clone, he can easily crush you. P is almost equal to, you schemed against this young master. How can this young master forgive you?" P is almost equal to Ao. Xiongtian also knew that Ji Wuji was right. However, the anger in his heart could not be extinguished. P is almost equal to, that was just a misunderstanding. This young master will apologize to you. Ji Wuji took out a pill and flew it towards Ao Xiongtian. "This is the creation saint pill. Take it as my apology. A transcendent divine pill should be able to resolve your anger, right?" P is almost equal to the creation saint pill. P is almost equal to Ao Xiongtian caught the pill. He was both surprised and happy. His monstrous anger immediately disappeared. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji said, "Ao Xiongtian, this young master is restricted by the token. My main body cannot attack Su Fong. As long as you help this young master suppress Su Fong, not only will all the inheritance imprints he collected belong to you, this young master will also give you 2 creation saint pills." P is almost equal to, so all the inheritance imprints were taken by that ant. Deal. P is almost equal to Ao. Xiongtian came to a realization. He looked at Su Fong with a murderous intent. P is almost equal to at this time. Ao Xiongtian's other 2 clones had already charged into the encirclement of the resurrected experts and were about to attack Su Fong. P is almost equal to when he saw Ao Xiongtian charging towards him. Su Fong immediately put away the blue sky underworld and transformed back into his physical form. Then, he took out the sky-piercing rainbow shuttle without hesitation. P is almost equal to Chi. P is almost equal to a golden rainbow suddenly appeared. P is almost equal to 1 and shrouded Su Fong, while the other extended hundreds of miles away in a flash. Su Fong had consumed a lot of energy at this time. The consumption of the sky-piercing rainbow shuttle was astonishing, so he did not dare to use it at full strength. P is almost equal to the golden rainbow wrapped around Su Fong and instantly disappeared from the encirclement of Ji Wuji's 4 clones and the resurrected experts, reappearing hundreds of miles away. P is almost equal to the second primordial spirit residing in the black imprint also returned to the main body like a black lightning bolt and entered Su Fong's divine aperture. P is almost equal to don't let him get away. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji was once again shocked by Su Fong's divine weapon, and his murderous intent became even stronger. P is almost equal to whoosh. Whoosh. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji's 4 clones, and Ao Qiongtian all charged towards Su Fong. P is almost equal to the commotion here had alarmed almost all the resurrected experts in the Graveyard Mountain. Countless resurrected experts rushed over from all directions. P is almost equal to, looks like I have no choice but to take the risk. P is almost equal to, Su Fong looked at the hole below the huge mausoleum. His eyes flashed with determination as he once again activated the sky-splitting rainbow shuttle. P is almost equal to the golden rainbow, flew through the air and landed at the entrance of the cave. P is almost equal to as soon as Su Fong's figure appeared, he staggered. P is almost equal to he was already injured to begin with. In addition to the severe exhaustion, he had used the sky-breaking rainbow shuttle twice in a row. At this moment, the various energies in his body, other than his life aura, the power of his divine yuan, the power of his yuan spirit, the power of his yang qi, and the power of his yin-yang world, had all been exhausted to the limit that he could barely bear. P is almost equal to roar/P and AP muffled, but incomparably savage roars came from beneath the mausoleum. It was clear that even the more powerful resurrected experts in the underground tomb had been alarmed. P is almost equal to this is bad. P is almost equal to faced with such a critical situation. Su Fong's heart suddenly sank. P is almost equal to at this moment. Ao Qiongtian used the Dominator's great Tao divine power. It was as if he was a supreme existence that could dominate the heavenly Tao. Even the space trembled under his feet. With one step, he crossed hundreds of miles and charged towards the entrance of the cave. P is almost equal to in the second round of the Azure Dome Star Domain's Divine Sun competition. Su Fong had defeated him. Ao Qiongtian had always wanted to kill Su Fong. P is almost equal to at this moment. Su Fong had taken away almost all of the inheritance marks and the 2 creation saint pills that Ji Wuji had promised. Ao Qiongtian was completely enraged. He wanted to suppress Su Fong no matter what. P is almost equal to Su Fong. You are already an arrow at the end of its flight. Moreover, only I can attack you. As long as you dare to attack me, you will immediately be shackled. You should obediently allow yourself to be captured. P is almost equal to Ao. Qiongtian laughed maniacally. He was extremely proud. P is almost equal to the ups and downs of the heavens and earth are under my control. Reverse Death Fist. P is almost equal to Ao. Qiongtian carried a domineering aura that could crush everything. His divine golden Xian Guang rolled over. P is almost equal to I can't attack you. Not necessarily. Purple Chi Dharma Spirit, Heaven's secret life, shrinking technique, devour fate. P is almost equal to Su Fong's murderous aura surged. He activated the Purple Chi Dharma Spirit and, at the same time, used the Heaven's secret life, shrinking technique. P is almost equal to the power of the token shackles was extremely shocking. Even Ji Wuji couldn't resist it, let alone Su Fong. Only Ao Qiongtian had the ability to temporarily make the token lose its effect. P is almost equal to, however, although the token's ability was strange, it couldn't suppress the void of fate and luck. Su Fong used the purple Chi Dharma spirit and the Heaven's Secret Life shrinking technique to devour Ao Qiongtian's fate, but the token didn't react. P is almost equal to Chapter 2054. Ao Qiongtian's tyrannical attack came crashing down like a tidal wave. Wonderful Eastern literature, member, Hai Show. P is almost equal to Su Fong had once spied on Ao Qiongtian's cultivation and had clashed with Ao Qiongtian's incarnation of the divine heaven projecting wall countless times. P is almost equal to Su Fong knew all of Ao Qiongtian's weaknesses, so he naturally knew when to strike to unleash the greatest power. P is almost equal to facing Ao Qiongtian's attack. Su Fong did not dodge and was instantly engulfed by Ao Qiongtian's attack. P is almost equal to Su Fong die. You won't have a chance to surpass me in this lifetime. P is almost equal to Ao Qiongtian laughed maniacally. P is almost equal to at this time. Su Fong released the power of the purple cloud Dharma spirit and the Heaven's Secret Life shrinking technique. P is almost equal to at this time. Ao Qiongtian had just used his divine ability, and a new attack was brewing. This was the conclusion that Su Fong came to after countless battles with the Heaven's Secret Life shrinking technique. P is almost equal to the Heaven's Secret Life shrinking technique was a supreme divine ability that attacked the void of fate. P is almost equal to the purple cloud Dharma spirit's ability to devour fate was also illusory. P is almost equal to the combination of the two released the power of devouring fate, and the token could not sense it. So naturally, Su Fong would not be restrained. P is almost equal to under the godly might of the devouring luck. Strands of mysterious purple chi flew out of Ao Qiongtian's head. P is almost equal to although Ao Qiongtian could not see it. He could feel the fate flowing away rapidly. P is almost equal to, as his karmic luck flowed away, his connection with the heavenly Tao was instantly weakened by as much as 30%. His original comprehension of the laws of the heavenly Tao had actually become much more blurry at this moment. P is almost equal to the smile on Ao Qiongtian's face suddenly froze. P is almost equal to his current expression was like that of an old and ugly sow on his wedding night. When he was at the peak of ecstasy, the bride who suddenly appeared at the most critical moment of his bliss. P is almost equal to boom. P is almost equal to Su Fong was also swept away by Ao Qiongtian's tyrannical attack, and his figure was sent flying. P is almost equal to fortunately. Su Fong was prepared and protected his divine body with the ancestral dragon armor. P is almost equal to the initial defensive ability of the ancestral dragon armor was enough to withstand a full-powered attack from a great realm lord. P is almost equal to moreover. As Su Fong's strength continued to increase, the ancestral dragon amulet's ability that was sealed by Mo Tiangong also continued to be unlocked. P is almost equal to even Zhu Yanjun, a peak hierarch expert, couldn't kill Su Fong with her full strength. P is almost equal to although Ao Qiongtian's attack was terrifying, it didn't cause much damage to Su Fong. P is almost equal to however. Su Fong's fatal danger came one after another. The Destiny Tao text of the Heavenly Secret Life shrinking technique and the Heavenly Secret True text of the Heavenly Secret Unravel flashed intensely like never before. P is almost equal to a stone statue about the size of a normal person wielding a giant axe tore through the void and chopped down at Su Fong. P is almost equal to it was a stone statue. P is almost equal to there wasn't a trace of life in it, only a cold aura. P is almost equal to however. The attack it released was comparable to a powerful expert like the Star Billow Realm Lord. P is almost equal to Su Fong, didn't have time to dodge at all. The only thing he could do was to push the ancestral dragon armor's defensive ability and his divine body's defense to the limit. P is almost equal to bang. P is almost equal to the stone statue's axe landed on Su Fong's waist. P is almost equal to with a loud bang. Su Fong was sent flying and smashed into the stone wall beside him. P is almost equal to Su Fong sank more than 10 meters into the hard rock, causing the surrounding rocks to shatter and collapse layer by layer. Only then did the stone statue's attack dissipate. P is almost equal to Su Fong didn't know how many bones in his body were shattered. The lower half of his body felt like it had been shattered. He lost all feeling, and his organs were also shaken, but at least he was still alive. P is almost equal to the danger was still not over. P is almost equal to whoosh. Whoosh. P is almost equal to the stone statue raised its giant axe again, about to split the rock and give Su Fong a fatal blow. P is almost equal to at this critical moment. Su Fong didn't hesitate to use the Heaven's secret life shrinking technique, covering his entire body's aura. P is almost equal to, in an instant. P is almost equal to Su Fong seemed to have disappeared from the world, and his aura could no longer be sensed. P is almost equal to the stone statue's giant axe suddenly paused, and it turned around to attack the entrance of the cave. P is almost equal to thump. Thump. P is almost equal to another earthquake rocked the mountain. P is almost equal to more than a dozen stone statues identical to the previous one strode out from the depths of the tomb and headed straight for the entrance of the cave. P is almost equal to these stone statues were puppets that specialized in guarding the tomb. As long as one stepped into the tomb, they would sense one's aura and mercilessly crush them. P is almost equal to Ao Qiongtian, who was about to chase Su Fong, was scared out of his wits and immediately fled. P is almost equal to whoosh. P is almost equal to the first stone statue threw the giant axe in its hand, and it flew towards Ao Qiongtian with a terrifying force that could split the heavens and earth. P is almost equal to Ao Qiongtian hurriedly urged his flying sword to block the axe, but he was swept away by the aftershock of the collision, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The flying sword also trembled, shattered, and drilled back into his body. P is almost equal to whoosh. Whoosh. P is almost equal to more than a dozen stone statues threw their giant axes at the same time, and a terrifying force gathered into a torrent. Not to mention Ao Qiongtian. Even a great world realm lord would be torn to pieces here. P is almost equal to Ao Qiongtian was in despair when Ji Wuji's cold voice came from behind him. Run! P is almost equal to then. A surge of time power exploded. P is almost equal to the giant axes were originally able to cross the distance between Ao Qiongtian and them in a flash, but under the power of time. That flash of time was extended to a breath's time. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji, took the opportunity to release his divine power and swept Ao Qiongtian out of the cave, only stopping when they were outside the tomb. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji, formed a seal and released a divine power that isolated the two of them from the world around them. P is almost equal to more than a dozen stone statues rushed out of the cave, but they couldn't sense the two's aura and just wandered around. P is almost equal to Ao Qiongtian said, Ji Wuji, you harmed me once and saved me once. We're even now. P is almost equal to you're quite arrogant. Ji Wuji smiled faintly. I didn't save you for you, but for Su Fong. P is almost equal to Ao Qiongtian couldn't believe it. Su Fong? Although he was lucky enough to escape from my hands, once he entered the underground tomb, how could he possibly survive? P is almost equal to if he was an ordinary genius, he might have died without a doubt. But Su Fong definitely won't. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji's deep eyes revealed a hint of fear. Clearly, Su Fong's performance just now had made him feel disbelief and even fear. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji said with a murderous aura, I won't ask you back for the creation saint pill I gave you. As for the 2 creation saint pills I promised you, if you can suppress Su Fong, I will fulfill my promise. Remember, I want him alive. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji had suffered a heavy loss this time. P is almost equal to his first body had been captured by Su Fong, and his second and third bodies had also suffered heavy injuries in the battle with Su Fong's second primordial spirit and main body. P is almost equal to especially his third body. Nearly a third of his blood and chi had been devoured by Su Fong's heaven underworld. He didn't know how much he would have to pay to make up for it. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji had originally treated Su Fong as an ant that he could casually crush and toy with. He didn't expect to suffer such a big loss this time. So how could he not be furious? P is almost equal to whatever. This young master must kill Su Fong. For the sake of the good fortune Saint Pill and the inheritance mark on his body, this young master will guard this place to the death. P is almost equal to Ao, Cheongtian said through gritted teeth. P is almost equal to, he then asked in astonishment. Ji Wuji, you have such a deep grudge with Su Fong. So why do you want me to do it? Why don't you do it yourself? P is almost equal to Ji Wuji looked at the giant mountain above the cemetery. I have more important things to do, so how can I waste my time on an ant? P is almost equal to, you're actually eyeing the inheritance mark of a domain lord? Ao Cheongtian was shocked. P is almost equal to that giant mountain was formed from the body of a domain lord, and the shackles on the mountain were astonishing. With Ao Cheongtian's strength, it was impossible for him to climb up. P is almost equal to even if he could climb up the mountain. How could it be so easy to obtain the inheritance mark of a domain lord? P is almost equal to if one's cultivation wasn't high enough and forcefully tried to comprehend the inheritance mark of domain lord. They might be shocked to death by the heavenly Tao left behind by the domain lord. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji wasn't trying to comprehend it, but was trying to fuse with the inheritance mark. What kind of terrifying talent did that require? P is almost equal to at this moment. Ao Cheongtian was completely convinced by Ji Wuji. P is almost equal to he entered the passageway into the tomb. P is almost equal to Su Fong was buried in the rocks. P is almost equal to Su Fong cleared the surrounding rocks to make a space for him and sat down cross-legged. P is almost equal to, after a round of examination, Su Fong's heart sank to the bottom. P is almost equal to this time. His injuries were extremely severe. P is almost equal to the divine origin energy, magic power, yang energy, and the yin and yang energy in the world had been greatly consumed, almost reaching the limit of what he could bear. P is almost equal to his divine body was also heavily injured, but it was still within the limits of what he could bear. P is almost equal to the most severe injury was the consumption of his life force. P is almost equal to the heaven's secret life shrinking technique was a supreme divine ability of fate. Although it was powerful, it was also a divine ability that took one's life. Su Fong first used the heaven's secret life shrinking technique and the purple Chi Dharma spirit to devour Ao Cheongtian's fortune, then used the heaven's secret life shrinking technique to conceal his aura and avoid the stone statue's pursuit. P is almost equal to at this time. The consumption of his life force was equivalent to consuming 2/3 of his lifespan, turning him into an old man in his 60s or 70s. P is almost equal to fortunately. When he fought with Ji Wuji's third body, he had devoured a lot of blood energy. Otherwise, when he used the heaven's secret life shrinking technique while heavily injured, his life force would have been completely exhausted. P is almost equal to, let's recover first, then quickly leave this place. P is almost equal to Su Fong gritted his teeth and began to devour Sanskrit's blood energy. At the same time, he also devoured the creation Saint Pill's diluted spirit liquid and the chaos essence pearl to quickly replenish his life force and other energy. P is almost equal to, in these years of cultivation, the blood energy of the Sanskrit's ancestor that he had absorbed in the Sanskrit Saint Pond, as well as the chaos essence pearl that the chaos essence sacred mirror had refined. At this time, there was not much left. P is almost equal to there were still 4 creation Saint Pills, and they were also used to suppress Ji Wuji's first body. It was enough for Su Fong to recover. P is almost equal to, however, there was not much time left for Su Fong. P is almost equal to, in his current state, it was impossible for him to use the heaven's secret life shrinking technique to conceal his aura for a long time. Once he was discovered by the stone statue, it would be difficult for him to escape. P is almost equal to more than 2 hours later. P is almost equal to Su Fong recovered slightly and activated a Heaven's Secret Life shrinking technique rune to conceal his surroundings. P is almost equal to the power of destiny released by this rune could last for at least half a month. P is almost equal to Su Fong still had many of these runes that could last for a long time. P is almost equal to with some time to catch his breath and some strength. Su Fong entered the time cave abode. After forming a seal, he shattered his divine body and turned it into the Yellow Springs. He devoured all kinds of pills, spirit items, and resources, and his recovery speed doubled. P is almost equal to Chapter 2055. Unknowingly, Su Fong had spent more than 3 months in the Cavern of Time. The blood chi of Sanskrit's ancestor and the primordial yang chi in the chaos essence bead were completely exhausted by Su Fong. Coupled with the diluted spiritual liquid of the creation saint pill, Su Fong had finally recovered about 50 to 60% of his strength, which meant that he had struggled back from the brink of death. He used the Great Perfection stage ability and slightly activated the life shrinking technique to sense the outside world. Su Fong couldn't help but frown. There are actually 2 stone statues guarding the entrance of the cave. Ao Cheongtian also stayed in the distance. This is going to be troublesome. This was really called a wolf in front and a tiger behind. He couldn't advance or retreat. After thinking for a moment, Su Fong's eyes flashed with decisiveness. He used the life shrinking technique to conceal his aura. At the same time, he activated the heaven concealing star flag. He didn't walk towards the entrance of the cave. Instead, he went straight into the depths of the tomb. Wealth came from danger. Since he was going to take a risk anyway, he might as well take a big risk and seek fortune and opportunity in the midst of great danger. He walked all the way into the depths of the passage. After walking for about 100 feet, his eyes suddenly opened up and he arrived at a vast tomb. This tomb had an area of 100 miles. On the ground and the surrounding walls, there were intertwined formations made of seals, which seemed very sturdy. In the center of the tomb, there were a total of 9 huge stone coffins distributed in different areas. In front of each stone coffin, there were hundreds of puppet statues. Su Fong found that 6 of the stone coffins were obviously damaged. Even many of the puppets around them had been smashed into pieces. Needless to say, those were the powerhouses buried in the stone coffins. They had used the power of the evil sun to revive and break open the stone coffins. Su Fong also saw that in front of each stone coffin, there was a tall tombstone. The inscriptions on the tombstones were the inheritance imprints condensed by the powerhouse's lifetime comprehensions. If I can get all 9 tombstones, it will be a great fortune. Su Fong's eyes were burning, and his heart was pounding. In his current state, how could he dare to act rashly? He could only suppress the fire in his heart and find a place to recover to his peak state first. Su Fong didn't dare to get too close to the sarcophagus, even with the heavenly secret life shrinking technique and the sky-shadowing star banner to conceal his aura. He walked along the walls of the tomb. What's that? Su Fong made an unexpected discovery from the surrounding walls. It turned out that the walls were engraved with marks that looked like they were casually carved. There were sword chi, saber light, and traces left behind by various divine arts. These traces seemed to be disorderly and inconspicuous, yet they actually contained the miraculous and profound aura of the Heaven Tao. From the remnant aura and heavenly Tao aura in these traces, it was at least left behind by a hierarch realm true God. After walking a little further, Su Fong found a small cave that had been dug out from the wall. In the middle of the cave, there was a praying mat used for cultivation. There were carvings on the ground and on the surrounding walls. Su Fong suddenly realized this is not only a tomb, but also a place for experts to study and cultivate the inheritance imprints on the tombstones. Some experts cultivated here, and after gaining some enlightenment, they casually left these traces behind. The person who left these traces was at least a hierarch realm expert, and these traces were left behind when these experts were in a state of epiphany. Therefore, the imprints contain an amazing aura of the great Tao. Even if I can't get the tombstones, if I study these imprints for a long time, I can still gain a lot from it. There are too many traces, and I can't comprehend all of them, let alone move them away from here. But, I have the Divine Sky acting wall. Su Fong was excited and immediately activated the Divine Sky acting wall to copy all the traces in the cave. He would slowly study them when he had time in the future. The walls around the tomb were almost full of such traces. Su Fong copied all the traces in the cave, including the ones outside. In the beginning, Su Fong was very careful. Not only did he conceal his aura, but he also paid attention to the movements in the tomb with his power of perception. After 3 days, there were no abnormalities. Coupled with the sky shrouding star flag, Su Fong gradually relaxed his vigilance and focused his attention on the strange traces. More than 10 days passed in a flash. Su Fong copied almost half of the traces in the tomb. Suddenly, the Dao rune of destiny and the true rune of Tianji flashed rapidly at the same time. Su Fong immediately became alert. Oh no! Boom! A white claw came out of the void, and the divine power of the sky, shrouding star flag, collapsed. Su Fong's figure was revealed. Sure enough, there's a little mouse hiding here. A very fat and tender little mouse. I like it. A sinister and strange laugh came from the void, followed by a burst of strong death chi. A figure stepped out of it. This resurrected expert was surrounded by death chi. His figure could not be seen clearly. One could only vaguely see the white bones under the death chi and the 2 burning corpse fire in his eyes. Not bad, not bad. If I devour you, I might break through the shackles in one fell swoop. Before the eerie laughter faded away, chains formed from the aura of death around the resurrected expert. These chains were not only condensed from death chi, but also fused with the power of the world in the resting land of the gods. The power of the shackles was extremely shocking. It was not something Su Fong could resist. With a whoosh, Su Fong was entangled. Chi! A death chi chain penetrated Su Fong's abdomen and came out from his back. This time, his divine dwellings were shackled. Su Fong estimated that this resurrected expert was equivalent to the peak of the 9th heaven of the ultimate god realm. Such a powerful resurrected expert made Su Fong feel like he was in a desperate situation. It was hard to predict whether he would live or die. Suddenly, the death chi swept Su Fong into the death chi around the resurrected expert. Then, Su Fong seemed to be riding the clouds. After an unknown amount of time, he fell heavily to the ground. Su Fong struggled to sit up. He saw that his surroundings were dark. He did not know where he was, but he could tell that he was not inside the resurrected expert's body. It was more like he was in the inner world of a divine weapon. He found that the death chi chain on his body had disappeared. However, he was surrounded by a thick death chi that shackled him to the point that he could not move. Moreover, there was also a death chi in his divine dwellings. Once he used his divine origin, the death chi would spread throughout his body and kill him. My true power comes from the inner world formed by the heaven and earth Tao palace, not the divine dwellings. You want to shackle Su Fong just by shackling my divine dwellings? Su Fong sneered. The resurrected god that shackled Su Fong was obviously not an ordinary god. He had a certain level of intelligence. However, his consciousness was filled with evil instincts, which was completely different from ordinary gods. This resurrected expert obviously did not take Su Fong seriously. He only shackled his divine dwellings. It was no wonder that Su Fong's cultivation was only at the 7th heaven of the divine emperor realm. In the subconscious mind of this resurrected expert, anyone below the divine emperor realm was an ant. How could he care too much about dealing with an ant? Su Fong was about to activate the 9 yang divine fire to disperse the death chi around his divine dwellings. Suddenly, the dark world began to shake. No one knew what had happened. Su Fong didn't dare to act rashly and pondered in his heart. He then transmitted his thoughts to the 2nd primordial spirit and the dragon bird. The resurrected expert is so powerful that I can't fight against it. I can only use my wits. It must have captured me to devour my blood chi. Later, if we cooperate and take it by surprise, we might have a chance. The second primordial spirit and the dragon bird nodded in agreement. About 3 years later, the dark world that Su Fong was in was constantly turbulent and shaking. Bang! Su Fong was swept up by a death chi and sucked out of the dark world. He focused and looked. It turned out that he was next to a stone coffin. The place where Su Fong was before was none other than that stone coffin. Of course, it was not an ordinary stone coffin. It was a divine artifact. The resurrected combatant also revealed himself. He was wearing a rotten Taoist robe. There was not a trace of flesh on his body. Wisps of death chi were circling around his white skeleton in a strange trajectory. Judging from his aura, he was obviously much weaker than before. Looking at the mess around him, there were even cracks in the void in some places. It was as if a fierce battle had taken place. Corpse fire flickered in the resurrected expert's eyes as he transmitted an evil thought. "You puny little mouse, I had to fight with those old monsters to get you. The losses outweigh the gains. If I had known this would happen, I would have just handed you over to them." The resurrected expert's thought was not only evil and manic, but also seemed to be quite angry. "I'll use you to recover some strength first. Then I'll crush all those old monsters." The resurrected expert suddenly opened his mouth and let out a terrifying howl towards Su Fong. Su Fong's blood, chi, and essence uncontrollably flew out of his 7 orifices. With the strength of this resurrected powerhouse, it would only need an incense stick's worth of time to suck Su Fong dry. Su Fong's life force, spirit essence, energy, and everything else that he had obtained during his lifetime of cultivation would all become nourishment for this resurrected powerhouse to become even stronger. Heavenly secret life shrinking technique. Su Fong did not hesitate to use the heavenly secret life shrinking technique. The second primordial spirit, which was residing in a grain of life essence, and the essence sun fire that the dragon bird had fused with Su Fong's divine essence, were wrapped up by countless destiny Tao characters. The resurrected expert did not realize that the ant that he had shackled still had the power to resist. Without warning, he absorbed the second primordial spirit and a large amount of essence sun fire into his body. Second primordial spirit, dragon bird, do it. After 3 or 4 breaths, the resurrected expert had absorbed a lot of Su Fong's life force, divine essence, and energy. He immediately communicated with the second primordial spirit and transmitted his thought to the dragon bird. Swoosh! The second primordial spirit in the depths of the resurrected expert's head suddenly burst out a surging wave of primordial spirit power. Almost at the same time, the dragon bird flew out of Su Fong's body and let out a cry, attracting the essence sun fire that had entered the resurrected expert's body. Chapter 2056. Essence Sun Flame. It was a flame released by condensing the essence of the divine sun, and it had an astonishing ability to restrain all evil powers. Although the dragon bird had the ability to restrain the resurrected powerful beings, it still didn't have the strength to kill such a powerful resurrected realm master. However, when the dragon bird's essence sun flame entered the resurrected powerful being's body, it suddenly exploded and caused incredible damage. It felt as if a divine sun had exploded in the resurrected powerful being's body, and the blinding red light quickly melted away the dense death aura of the resurrected powerful being. What is this? How can it cause such great damage to me? Even I am afraid. The resurrected powerful being roared in shock and anger. The death aura in the tomb rushed over and was sucked into the resurrected powerful being's body in an attempt to use the death aura to burn away the dragon bird's essence sun flame. At this moment, the divine power of the second primordial spirit also attacked the resurrected powerful being's yang spirit. The resurrected powerful being's yang spirit was completely different from the yang spirit of a god. It was not a combination of magic power and the yang spirit of the world. Some resurrected powerful beings had incomplete primordial spirit consciousness left in their remains, and they were resurrected with the help of the evil intent contained in the power of the evil sun. Some resurrected powerful beings were extremely powerful when they were alive, so powerful that they had merged with the heavenly Tao. Even though they had fallen, their imprints still existed in the heavenly Tao. The changes in heaven and earth caused their remnant consciousness to merge with their undestroyed body, and they were resurrected. This type of resurrected powerful being was especially powerful. Fortunately, this resurrected powerful being belonged to the former type. Otherwise, Su Fang's second primordial spirit would have been difficult to deal with. The divine power of the primordial spirit transformed into raging waves and crashed into the resurrected powerful being's yang spirit, causing its yang spirit to shatter layer by layer. At this moment, the dragon bird also spat out the vermilion bird mirror, which released a red light that purified evil power and attacked the resurrected powerful being from the outside. However, this resurrected powerful being was extremely powerful, and it was still difficult to kill it under the combined efforts of the second primordial spirit and the dragon bird. The evil intent even burst out of the yang spirit to counterattack the second primordial spirit, and at the same time, it attracted a vast amount of death aura to fight against the purifying red light released by the vermilion bird mirror. Although the second primordial spirit and the dragon bird's vermilion bird mirror had caused considerable damage to it, it was still very difficult to kill it. Dragon bird, you're still unable to unleash the full power of the vermilion bird mirror, so I'll have to use my most powerful attack if I want to kill it. Su Fang's strongest technique was naturally the Hun Yuan sacred mirror. However, there was no need for him to join forces with Shu Wanjin to deal with this resurrected expert. With Su Fang's current cultivation, coupled with his Yang Meridian and Purple Chi Dharma spirit, he could easily activate the primordial chaos sacred mirror and release the Nine Yang true fire to refine it. Seizing the opportunity when the resurrected powerhouse was dealing with the second primordial spirit, Su Fang clapped his left hand. A mirror appeared, and a red ray of light instantly shot out. Just how domineering was the Nine Yang true flames released by the divine mirror? Compared to the power of the divine mirror, the vermilion bird mirror was like a child's toy. The red radiance landed on the deathly aura around the resurrected powerhouse at an incomparably fast speed. Immediately, the dense deathly aura was incinerated with a sizzling sound. Then, the red light came into contact with the resurrected body. With a pung sound, the red light quickly wrapped around the resurrected body and burned it madly. With such a big commotion, it was naturally difficult to hide it from the other 5 resurrected powerhouses in the tomb. They all rushed over. Unexpectedly, as soon as they sensed the aura of the primordial chaos sacred mirror, they immediately felt instinctive fear and fled even faster than they came. They all shrank into the stone coffins and did not dare to show their faces again. The resurrected powerhouse, who was enveloped by the divine power of the primordial chaos sacred mirror, finally realized the impending danger. Driven by instinctive fear, he actually tried to resist the divine power of the primordial chaos sacred mirror. All his struggles were futile. Under the burning of the Nine Yang true fire, the resurrected powerhouse was like dry firewood in a raging fire. His bones began to burn, and the deathly aura on his body was quickly burned into nothingness by the Nine Yang true fire. Su Fang continued to activate the divine mirror and release the divine power. Not only was the resurrected powerhouse unable to escape, but he also kept moving toward the divine mirror. At the same time, the second primordial spirit took advantage of the situation to launch a fierce attack. He used the Charm God Soul assimilating seal to constantly infiltrate and seize the resurrected powerhouse's consciousness, under a pincer attack from both inside and outside. This terrifying resurrected powerhouse, whose strength had reached the peak of the 9th heaven of the ultimate God realm, had its evil consciousness seized by the second primordial spirit's Charm God Soul assimilating seal. Main body, this resurrected powerhouse's consciousness has been devoured by me. Doesn't that mean I have a peerless powerhouse on par with Jianjun? Su Fang was overjoyed and immediately put the divine mirror back into his body. The second primordial spirit's cold voice was heard again. This resurrected powerhouse is extremely powerful. Although I've devoured his consciousness, It's not that easy to completely control him with the power of my primordial spirit. Moreover, this resurrected powerhouse was injured by the dragon bird, the second primordial spirit, and the divine mirror. The damage caused by the nine-yang true fire to the resurrected powerhouse was almost impossible to recover from. Even if the second primordial spirit controlled him, his strength would not be as strong as before. At this moment, the undead king suddenly transmitted his thoughts. Master, let me try. Maybe I can help Master to quickly control this resurrected powerhouse. How could I forget about you? Su Fang's eyes suddenly lit up. The undead king was not completely a resurrected powerhouse. Instead, he was an evil cultivator who cultivated the great Tao of death. He had been affected by the changes in heaven and earth, and thus became extremely evil. Moreover, the undead king's consciousness was completely controlled by the second primordial spirit, so there was no way he would betray Su Fang. All Su Fang needed to do was to fuse with the original death chi in this resurrected powerhouse and then assist the second primordial spirit. Naturally, it would be much easier to control this resurrected powerhouse. He immediately released the undead king. The undead king had reached the divine emperor realm. His body emitted a strong death chi. In the end, his entire body turned into a state of death chi. It enveloped the resurrected powerhouse and madly drilled into his body. The resurrected powerhouse's consciousness had been devoured by the second primordial spirit, so he had lost control of his body. The death chi that the undead king had turned into easily penetrated his body and began to fuse with it. The difference between the undead king and this resurrected powerhouse was too great. However, to fuse with him, Su Fang felt like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Therefore, Su Fang unleashed a Xian Guang to envelop the resurrected powerhouse and release the yin and yang energy of the world. It seeped into the resurrected powerhouse's body and helped the undead king to fuse with his original death chi. Thank you, Master, for your help. With Su Fang's help, the impossible became possible. The undead king's speed of fusing with the resurrected powerhouse increased by more than 100 times. 3 months later, the undead king's joyful voice was heard. Master, I have fused with the body of this resurrected powerhouse and gained control of his divine aperture. From now on, everything about him belongs to me. No, everything belongs to Master. Sizzle, a layer of flesh and blood quickly condensed on the resurrected powerhouse's body. His face vaguely resembled the undead king's. Judging from his aura, the undead king's current strength was far inferior to the resurrected powerhouses. However, his strength had increased by more than 10 times compared to before. He had surpassed the divine emperor realm and reached the ultimate god realm. However, he was only a lower ultimate god. Ultimate god realm. A hierarch realm true god was considered a powerhouse in any divine world. How could Su Fang not be overjoyed to have another ultimate god realm powerhouse? Master, I was too weak in the past. The strength I have now is too strong, so it is difficult to control. I need the life energy to condense a new body of flesh and blood to better control my current strength. The undead king's voice was filled with desire. The resurrected powerhouse's strength was too strong. Although the undead king had fused with it, it was difficult for him to control such a large amount of energy. He could only stabilize his condition and reach his current realm by devouring the life energy. Don't worry, I will help you. Su Fang released his divine power and wrapped the undead king up before bringing him into the stone coffin. The interior of the stone coffin was filled with thick death chi. Not only would a god be unable to cultivate, his life energy would be devoured over time, and even his primordial spirit would be eroded. Su Fang released a wave of divine power and cleared the death chi in the surroundings. He then created a formation to isolate the death chi outside before bringing the undead king into the time and space cave. Brother Qing Yu, bring Ji Wuji's first body over. Sister Bai Gui, come over. Su Fang transmitted his thoughts. Qing Yu carried Ji Wuji's first body and entered the time and space cave through the formation. Bai Ling and Gue also appeared. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Regardless of whether it was Qing Yu, Bai Ling, the undead king, or Gue, all of them looked at the first body with bright eyes. They did not treat him as a normal person. Instead, they treated him as a cultivation material. The first body shouted in a domineering manner, "Su Fong, let me go and I will not pursue the matter any further. I can even make the decision that the G people will not target you in the future. If not, Su Fong sneered disdainfully. Young Master G, you still do not understand your current situation. Do you still think you are the #1 genius of the G people? What do you want in order to let go of my clone?" The first body asked in a deep voice. "Let you go." Su Fong laughed involuntarily. "You mainly cultivate your divine body. It is extremely powerful and full of life essence. You are the best material for my cultivation. How can I let you go?" After Su Fong formed a hand seal, his physical body collapsed layer by layer. With a splash, he turned into a pool of blood. Above the pool of blood, a blood cloud quickly condensed. It was like a blood-colored sky. Together with the pool of blood below, it formed a world of samsara. "Su Fong, you are actually a Devil Dao cultivator." "Ah!" As the first body screamed in shock and despair, Qin Yu directly threw him into the pool of blood. Sizzle, the pool of blood churned. After the first body floated in the pool of blood a few times, his skin quickly corroded and fell off, turning into a pool of blood. Following that, his flesh, bones, and even the sun spirit that Ji Wuji had residing in this clone turned into nothingness under the samsara divine might. Chapter 2057. Su Fong separated the blood from his first body and gave it to Qin Yu, Bai Ling, Gue, and the undead king. Ji Wuji's first body had an extremely powerful divine body, so its essence was naturally abundant. With Qin Yu, Bai Ling, and Gue's current strength, even a small portion was enough for them to digest for a long time. The main one was the undead king. He had just devoured a resurrection expert who was much more powerful than an ordinary great domain lord, so he needed a large amount of life essence. He alone took almost half of Ji Wuji's first body's essence. Su Fong still had a small portion left. With his current cultivation, he could not devour it all alone. Therefore, he let his second primordial spirit absorb the life essence to cultivate the undying soul code. Meanwhile, Su Fong used the essence, not only the life essence, but also the energy contained in his divine body to cultivate the heaven underworld. At the same time, it also increased the height of his divine body and his cultivation. Just like that, Ji Wuji's first body helped Su Fong and his subordinates. When all the essence was digested, Su Fong would welcome a great improvement as a whole. At the peak of the Tomb Mountain, Ji Wuji was flying with difficulty on the giant peak. His divine body kept trembling and emitting a strange fluctuation. It formed a miraculous resonance with the terrifying shackles around him, so his speed was not slow. It was about the same as a mid-level divine emperor's speed. However, Ji Wuji looked pale and exhausted. His aura was also weak. He kept swallowing elixirs to barely maintain his speed. The peak was in sight. There was a tombstone that was 10 feet tall at the peak. The golden inscriptions on it gave off a vast and profound aura of the great Tao. I, Ji Wuji, was born with great fortune. I cultivated for 6 lives and obtained countless fortunes. This domain lord's inheritance imprint is just one of the many fortunes I obtained in my 6 lives. After I merge with the inheritance imprint, I will suppress Su Fong and cultivate him into my 7th body. At that time, who among the geniuses in the universe can compete with me? The last person on the primordial chaos golden roll will definitely be me, Ji Wuji. With the support of the resources of the entire universe, I will enter the exalted celestial mountain and become a peerless powerhouse of the universe. My clan's hegemony is just around the corner. Looking at the tombstone, Ji Wuji's eyes flashed with a strange light. At this moment, he was high-spirited and sharp, no longer looking like a woman. Suddenly, Ji Wuji's body shook, and then he staggered and fell from the sky toward the giant mountain. Fortunately, he managed to release a burst of divine might to stabilize his body. Only then did he avoid the fate of having his head broken and bleeding. My first reincarnation has actually fallen. Jiwuji's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. It was as if someone had forcefully stripped a part of his life away. His face was filled with rage. What did losing his first life mean to Jiwuji? It meant that his lifetime of cultivation had gone down the drain, and all his efforts had been in vain. Moreover, his first life had cultivated the divine body. The most important part of a true God was the divine body, the spiritual abode, and the spiritual aperture. Losing a powerful divine body would not only affect one's strength, but would also severely affect one's future cultivation achievements. Su Feng, you dare to destroy my first life. I, Jiwuji, swear a blood oath that if I don't tear out your tendons and skin you alive, I'm not human. Jiwuji's teeth were crushed from clenching them. His handsome face was distorted, and he looked extremely ferocious. His fierce killing intent soared to the sky, and his elegant demeanor was completely gone. He was like an injured, peerless beast. Su Feng was immersed in cultivation and naturally did not know that devouring Jiwuji's first life had enraged him so much. More than 1,000 years had passed in the time cave. In the endless cycle of reincarnation, Jiwuji's first life had been completely corroded, devoured, and then fused into a part of Su Feng. After more than 1,000 years of cultivation, and with the help of the essence of Jiwuji's divine body, Su Feng's cultivation had rapidly increased to the peak of the 7th heaven. If Su Feng was not in the tomb, he could have easily advanced to the 8th heaven. 6, 7, 3, 5, 6. The area covered by the heaven underworld had also expanded several times, reaching an area of 3,000 feet. Within this area, even a lower ultimate god would find it difficult to escape the cycle of life and death. The heaven underworld had a total of 6 layers. Su Feng's heaven underworld was formed by the fusion of the heaven underworld and the underworld blood sea. According to the division of the heaven underworld had reached the height of the 3rd layer. Not only could it devour the vitality of true gods, the big goblin and the demon clan, but it could also devour bloodlines and souls. The most powerful one was the blood shadow doppelganger, another attack of the blue sky underworld. The blood shadow doppelganger of the heaven underworld was separated from the divine power. If the divine power dissipated, the blood shadow doppelganger would also lose its space. The blood shadow doppelganger formed by the fusion of Su Feng's immortal blood spirit and the blood shadow doppelganger was very different. Whoosh! The heaven underworld blood sea and the blood sea quickly shrank and condensed into a physical body. Immediately after, a blood-red light flashed behind Su Feng and a blood-red shadow escaped into the void. When it reappeared, the blood shadow was already 100 feet away. It escaped from the void silently and strangely like a shadow. What was even more shocking was that the blood shadow doppelganger could directly penetrate the true god's physical body and take away their vitality, and even souls. Such a strange and powerful divine ability gave Su Feng another powerful trump card. His achievements in the past 1,000 years were not limited to these. After integrating the essence of Jiwuji's first body, Su Feng's divine body had become several times stronger than before and was almost at the level of a medium ultimate god. His perfect realm abilities had also multiplied, and his various physiques had also improved. From the walls and caves around the tomb, Su Feng used the divine sky acting wall to replicate a large number of traces left behind by the expert's cultivation. Over the years, Su Feng had been constantly comprehending from them, and his understanding of the heavenly way had gradually deepened. Unfortunately, these traces were only fragments of the expert's understanding of the heavenly way and were not complete. Su Feng took out the traces left behind by the experts and provided them to his subordinates to cultivate. Although these traces were not complete, they were left behind by the experts at the level of a great domain master. They were of a higher level than the imprints on the tombstones that Su Fong had collected and were still amazingly useful for his subordinates' cultivation. Start comprehending the inheritance imprints on this tombstone. The resurrected expert who had been integrated by the undead king also had a tombstone erected in front of his sarcophagus. The inscriptions on the tombstone were condensed from his lifetime's understanding of the heavenly way before his death. This person had cultivated the great Tao of gold when he was alive. When a high-level supreme god expert had comprehended a certain great Tao to the extreme, they would begin to attempt to create and evolve laws based on the great Tao's essence. This person's cultivation had reached the peak of the ninth heaven of supreme god when he was alive, and his understanding of the great Tao of gold had reached the extreme. Therefore, his inheritance imprint contained the infinite evolution of the great Tao of gold. Su Fong's understanding of the great Tao was not enough previously, so he had not comprehended it. Now, he was qualified to comprehend it. Let's put away first. Su Fong used the power of yin and yang in the world. At the same time, he also enveloped the tombstone with the mysterious aura of the primal chaos divine spark that contained and merged everything and quickly seeped into the tombstone. About 3 years later, put away. The tombstone trembled and the inscriptions on the tombstone flickered. Finally, with a bang, the tombstone was taken into Su Fong's inner world. There are still 8 tombstones. It's a pity to leave them there. Su Fong looked at the tombstones erected in front of the other 8 sarcophagi in the tomb with a greedy look. When he was fighting with this resurrected expert, he alarmed the other 5 extremely powerful resurrected experts. They sensed the aura of the Origin's sacred mirror and were so scared that they did not dare to show themselves. There was no movement from them. However, this did not mean that those inheritance imprints could be taken by Su Fong as he wished. Apart from the 3 inheritance imprints left behind by the unresurrected experts, the other 5 resurrected experts were not to be trifled with. However, these inheritance imprints were all supreme treasures. Even if he could not comprehend them himself, he could still sell them for a high price. They were definitely precious treasures. Su Fong was in a treasure mountain. How could he return empty-handed? Su Fong pondered for a long time. Undead King, come. Su Fong flew out of the time and space cave and released the Undead King. He took a closer look. The Undead King was no longer the pale-faced young man from before, nor was he the resurrected expert who was only left with a skeleton. He had flesh and blood and looked to be in his early 20s. His appearance was actually somewhat similar to Ji Wuji. Moreover, the Undead King's aura had also become more vast than before. One glance at him would make one feel as if they had fallen into an endless world of death. Although the Undead King's strength had not reached the level of the resurrected expert he had merged with, he had already surpassed the lower ultimate god level and reached the level of a medium ultimate god. There was still a gap between his strength and the Star Billow Realm Lords. Great! That's great! I now have a powerful ultimate god expert as well. Su Fong was overjoyed. He let the Undead King absorb him into his body and then went straight to the 3 unresurrected experts' stone coffins. Su Fong used 20 years to merge all 3 tombstones and put them into his inner world. As a result, Su Fong now had the inheritance imprints of 4 upper ultimate gods. There are still 5 tombstones left. I'll have to take some risks. Su Fong gritted his teeth and ordered the Undead King to fly toward the area where one of the resurrected experts was entrenched. There were a total of 6 resurrected experts in the tomb. They each occupied one side and usually did not invade each other's territory. As Su Fong approached, an angry roar was immediately heard. The deathly aura in the area immediately boiled and roared. Su Fong slightly activated the Origin's sacred mirror in the Undead King's body and released the mysterious and vast aura of the Origin's sacred mirror. In an instant, the resurrected expert suddenly quieted down. The turbulent, deathly aura also quieted down. The Undead King calmly arrived in front of the stone coffin. Once again, the resurrected expert's angry and violent roar was heard from the stone coffin. The Origin Sacred Mirror's aura released by Su Fong suddenly became several times more vast. Once again, the resurrected expert was so intimidated that he did not dare to move. Next, Su Fong released the divine power of the divine firmament wall through the undead king's eyes and enveloped the tombstones. Chapter 2058. The Divine Sky Acting Wall. Any powerful divine ability, or even the divine might of heaven and earth, could be replicated. With the ability of the divine heaven play wall, it was naturally not a problem for it to duplicate this inheritance imprint. But the time consumed was much longer than any other time, and the main reason was naturally because the comprehension of the grand Tao contained within the inheritance was too deep and vast. About 3 months later, the Divine Sky Acting Wall had only replicated about 3 layers of the inheritance imprint on the tombstone. The resurrected expert in the sarcophagus roared again and again, but he was deterred by Su Fong's Origin Sacred Mirror again and again. In the end, he could not hold back and slowly rose from the sarcophagus. "Scram, leave my territory." The resurrected expert let out a low roar. This resurrected expert's divine body was still intact. His robe was tattered and his entire body was exuding a cold aura of death. His aura had reached the height of a 9th heaven divine venerable, slightly lower than the resurrected expert possessed by the undead king. However, he was much stronger than the undead king at this time. If it was not for the aura of the Origin Sacred Mirror that made him instinctively feel fear, he would have already pounced on the undead king and devoured him. The undead king did not move. He waved his hand and rolled out a wave of death aura that wrapped around a fist-sized grayish-white energy ball. The resurrected expert first activated the surrounding death aura and condensed a defense in front of him. Unexpectedly, the energy ball did not explode. He roared, "What is the meaning of this?" "A deal," the undead king said gloomily. "A deal?" The resurrected expert was not surprised. He activated a wave of death aura and carefully peeled off a trace of the grayish-white energy ball. Seeing that there was nothing unusual, he carefully sensed it. Gradually, the resurrected expert's pale face showed shock and ecstasy. He then opened his mouth and sucked the grayish-white energy into his body. In an instant, the chi of death in the resurrected expert's body surged. It was only a trace of grayish-white energy, but it made his chi of death feel like it had undergone a metamorphosis. Vaguely, his ability to control the evil power between heaven and earth had also increased slightly. It turned out that this energy ball was formed by Su Fong using the world's yin and yang energy to condense the death aura. The power of yin and yang in the world was a power that surpassed any spiritual chi or world power. Not only could it fuse with any power, but it also caused the death aura in the resurrected expert's body to boil faster, almost to the point of burning. His entire body was changing. The resurrected powerhouse swallowed the entire ball of energy without hesitation and ignored the undead lord. Then it went back into the sarcophagus to slowly digest it. The power of yin and yang in my world, after fusing with the aura of death, is indeed useful in reviving experts. Su Fong was pleasantly surprised inside the undead king's body. More than a year had passed. Along the way, the resurrected expert came out 3 more times. Each time, he was beaten back by the undead king's energy ball. Surprisingly, he was safe and sound. The sky-acting divine wall successfully copied the inheritance imprint on the tombstone. Next, Su Fong did the same thing. First, he used the Origin Sacred Mirror to intimidate the resurrected powerhouse. Then, he used the energy ball to bribe them. It went surprisingly smoothly. As for the puppets in the tomb, they did not attack him, probably because the undead king had the aura of the resurrected expert. Just like that, the inheritance imprints on the 9 tombstones were all copied by Su Fong. Su Fong was overjoyed and returned to the sarcophagus. 6, 7, 3, 5, 6 next. It was time to go into seclusion to comprehend these inheritance imprints. While I'm in seclusion, I can't let Ao, Cheongtian, and Ji Wuji be too idle. They have to pay a price for chasing after me, Su Fong. Su Fong smiled coldly. He peeled off a ray of Yang's spirit and entered the undead king's divine aperture. Outside the cemetery, Sun Qi, young Master Tianwu, and the other geniuses had also arrived. Like Ji Wuji and Ao Qiongtian, these geniuses were all surprised and shocked when they found that all the inheritance imprints had disappeared. Therefore, some geniuses stayed at the Tomb Mountain and waited for an opportunity to kill the resurrected powerhouse to accumulate the results of the gods' battle. There were also some geniuses like Zhao Fan. They left the Tomb Mountain and searched for all kinds of resources and secret manuals in the land of the resting gods. Sun Qi went straight to the top of the Tomb Mountain to obtain the inheritance of the Realm Lord. He had the same idea as Ji Wuji. He wanted to obtain the inheritance imprints of the Realm Lord. As for Ao Qiongtian, for the sake of the creation's sacred pill promised by Ji Wuji and the countless inheritance imprints in Su Fong's hands, he kept an eye on the entrance of the cave. Because he was worried that Su Fong would die in the tomb and not be able to obtain the inheritance imprints, Ao Qiongtian even tried to break into the underground tomb a few times. During this period of time, Ao Qiongtian had encountered a series of inexplicable misfortunes. For example, now, he had successfully killed a resurrected powerhouse whose strength had reached the level of a realm lord and returned to the periphery of the cemetery. There were 6 extremely powerful resurrected powerhouses in the cemetery. The resurrected powerhouses from other areas did not dare to enter the cemetery and the surrounding areas. As long as they did not disturb the resurrected powerhouses in the underground tomb, this place was the safest place. Ao Qiongtian and the other geniuses treated it as a safe haven. How unlucky! Ao Qiongtian entered the formation he had created before and spat out a mouthful of blood that carried a faint aura of death. With Ao Qiongtian's strength, it would have been difficult to kill the resurrected powerhouse he had just killed, but it would not have been dangerous at all. Who would have thought that this resurrected powerhouse had cultivated the great Tao of Doppelganger when he was alive? Moreover, before he died, he had been nurturing a doppelganger. As a result, Ao Qiongtian was careless and was injured by this resurrected powerhouse's doppelganger. Although the injury was not serious, the aura of death seeped into his body and devoured a lot of his life force. Similar things had happened once or twice every year for more than 100 years, causing Ao Qiongtian to be extremely tired. The number 1 young master of the Azure Dome Star Field, who was incomparably domineering in the past, was now in a very sorry state. Su Fong, when this young master suppresses you, I will definitely shackle you and make you kneel and lick my feet every day. Ao Qiongtian cultivated the great Tao of sovereigns, and his talent was unparalleled in the Azure Dome Star Field. His luck was also heaven-defying. It was as if the heavens were against him. Of course, there was a reason for this. It was precisely because Su Fong had devoured his luck that Ao Qiongtian wished he could tear Su Fong into pieces and eat him. He hurriedly swallowed a blood-red pill. This pill was called the blood-fusing pill. It was of the highest quality and had the effect of replenishing blood qi. It was extremely precious. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Ao Qiongtian, who was digesting the pill's energy, suddenly changed his expression. Pill explosion. Immediately after, an explosion came from within his body. Then, a bloody hole appeared in his abdomen and blood gushed out. The so-called pill explosion was when the medicinal energy of a pill suddenly went out of balance during the process of swallowing it, causing a huge energy explosion. The phenomenon of pill explosion would only occur in low-quality pills. It was impossible for it to happen in the case of the highest quality pills. However, it happened at this time. Not only was Ao Qiongtian's divine body injured, but his divine dwellings were also shaken. Damn it! Damn it! Another unlucky thing happened. Ao Qiongtian was about to go crazy. No matter who it was, and no matter how tenacious their Tao heart was, if such unlucky things happened one after another, they would have long since gone crazy. The fact that Ao Qiongtian could persist until now was enough to show how strong his Tao heart was. 10 days later, Ao Cheongtian finally recovered from the external injuries of his divine body. However, the injuries to his divine dwellings were not something that could be healed in a year or two. Ao Cheongtian was extremely depressed. Ever since he entered the resting land of the gods and met Su Fong, he had been unlucky. Su Fong had become his nemesis. Su Fong. Ao Cheongtian looked at the entrance of the tomb with incomparable hatred. He gnashed his teeth and made a decision. Once his injuries were healed, he would take the risk to enter the tomb and kill Su Fong in one fell swoop, no matter what. In the next moment, Ao Cheongtian's expression changed greatly. His body trembled as he quickly withdrew his aura to the extreme. At the entrance of the tomb, 3 resurrected experts slowly flew out from within. These 3 revived experts, the one in the middle had the strength of a 5th heavenly level ultimate god. The 2 revived experts on the sides had astonishing strength. All of them were upper-level ultimate gods comparable to the realm lords of powerful great domains. The resurrected experts in the tomb had never left. Ao Cheongtian had never thought that 3 of them would suddenly appear. No matter how domineering Ao Cheongtian was, he had no choice but to be careful. He even stopped breathing for fear of disturbing these 3 existences. What surprised Ao Cheongtian was that the revived expert in the middle had a face that vaguely resembled Ji Wuji. Moreover, the 2 revived experts beside him seemed to be following him. Strange, this is really strange. But this is also my chance. Ao Cheongtian was puzzled. He thought that he would wait for the 3 revived experts to leave before entering the tomb and find a way to drag Su Fong out. Kill him, and you will get 3 yin-yang death pill. The revived expert in the middle, who looked similar to Ji Wuji, suddenly pointed at the place where Ao Cheongtian was hiding and shouted evilly, "Damn it! I've been discovered." Ao Cheongtian was instantly scared out of his wits. He did not hesitate to use his movement technique and took a step forward, flying 100 miles away. Who knew that before he could catch his breath, the 3 revived experts would attack him together? Ao Cheongtian glanced at young Master Tianwu and Bai Holan, who were fighting with the revived experts not far away. His eyes flashed with ruthlessness as he rushed towards them. His intention was very simple. He wanted to divert the trouble away and at least share some of the pressure. Swoosh! Swoosh! The 3 reincarnated experts rode on the aura of death as they charged over in a mighty manner. Ao Cheongtian swept past young Master Tianwu and Bai Holan and sneered complacently. Young Master Tianwu and Bai Holan were instantly shocked. They wanted to escape, but it was too late. After all, the gap between them was too big. Just as they were in a state of panic and despair, the 3 resurrected experts acted as if they didn't see them and went straight for Ao Cheongtian. The 2 of them were both surprised and shocked. Damn it! Aren't revived experts supposed to devour all living things? Why are they chasing after me? 9 Yang Sovereign Truths. Chapter 2059. Young Master Ao Cheongtian, the number 1 genius of the Azure Dome Star Field, one of the top 10 young masters who cultivated the great Tao of domination, had been unlucky for 100 years. Now, he was being chased by 3 resurrected high-level supreme gods. He was so unlucky that his willpower was about to collapse. Wonderful Oriental literature /P and AP Huff /P and APO Cheongtian did not have the chance to activate the teleportation token. He could only use the divine ability of the sovereign great Tao to control the space and travel thousands of miles in an instant. P is almost equal to the shackles in the Tomb Mountain were amazing. Ao Cheongtian was able to travel thousands of miles in one go. It was enough to show that his strength and divine ability were extraordinary. If the Tomb Mountain in the Land of Gods did not have a boundary formed by the World Force, he would have directly escaped from the Tomb Mountain. P is almost equal to who knows? P is almost equal to Ao Cheongtian's figure just stopped. P is almost equal to one of the resurrected experts who was chasing Ao Cheongtian suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar. All the resurrected experts in the Tomb Mountain were alarmed. They seemed to have heard the order and rushed towards Ao Qiongtian. P is almost equal to the densely packed resurrected experts were like a swarm of locusts. Ao Qiongtian's scalp went numb and a chill ran down his spine. P is almost equal to damn it, there are other geniuses in the Tomb Mountain. Why are these resurrected experts purposely making life difficult for me? Kill. P is almost equal to Ao Qiongtian's anger had been completely aroused, and his anger had been completely aroused. P is almost equal to hundreds of runes rolled out from Ao Qiongtian's hand. After being activated, they burst out with a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth, forcing the three resurrected experts to retreat. P is almost equal to then. Ao Qiongtian took out his flying sword and burst out a violent sword chi that could dominate heaven and earth. He rushed towards the entrance at the bottom of the Tomb Mountain. P is almost equal to along the way. Ao Qiongtian used all kinds of trump cards without holding back. He was invincible along the way. God knows how many resurrected experts he killed. Finally, he killed his way out of the Tomb Mountain and escaped to the land of gods. P is almost equal to, however, he was also seriously injured. His body was full of scars and exuded death chi. Even his divine residence was infected by death chi. If he did not find a way to heal his injuries, not to mention recovering his cultivation base, his life would be in danger. P is almost equal to fortunately, the resurrected expert did not continue to pursue him, giving Ao Qiongtian a chance to catch his breath. P is almost equal to Ao Qiongtian turned around to look at the grave mountain. His eyes were filled with fear, and he no longer dared to take another step into the grave mountain. As for the inheritance imprint in Su Fang's hands, he no longer had any thoughts about it. P is almost equal to the Green Dome divine realm. P is almost equal to in the deity battle arena of Tong Bao Chamber of Commerce. Everyone could see Ao Qiongtian's light screen flickering rapidly through the light sphere in the center of the arena. His light screen actually surpassed both Sun Qi and Ji Wuji's. P is almost equal to Ao Qiongtian had killed countless resurrected experts while fleeing for his life in the grave mountain. Naturally, the results he had obtained were extremely shocking. P is almost equal to at this moment. Sun Qi was climbing to the peak while Ji Wuji was concentrating all his energy on fusing with the inheritance imprint of a region lord. Their results were naturally stagnant, and they were surpassed by Ao Qiongtian. P is almost equal to Ao Qiongtian is indeed the number one genius of our Blue Dome star field. He even surpassed Ji Wuji. Genius, a peerless genius. P is almost equal to, after the third round, the Green Dome Divine Child will definitely be Ao Qiongtian. P is almost equal to a commotion broke out in the deity battle arena. All kinds of praises for Ao Qiongtian flooded the arena. P is almost equal to if Ao Qiongtian saw this scene, it was unknown whether he would laugh or cry a few times. P is almost equal to when they looked at Su Fang's light screen again, they saw that it had not changed at all. Such a terrible performance caused everyone to mock and ridicule him. P is almost equal to Su Fang is not stupid. He directly found a place to hide. Even Ji Wuji would not be able to do anything to him. Although he did not obtain any results this way, he was able to preserve his life. P is almost equal to the Sanskrit experts who had been paying attention to Su Fang all this time did not see Su Fang's light screen collapse. Every one of them was greatly disappointed. P is almost equal to, however, Su Fang's performance naturally meant that it was impossible for him to win the third round. This allowed the Sanskrit experts to find some balance in their hearts. P is almost equal to the Star Billow Realm Lord, and the other sighed helplessly. P is almost equal to Xian Lingzi, however, chuckled. Survival is the most important thing. If you don't even have your life, what's the use of those empty titles? Su Fang, this kid is really smart. P is almost equal to Su Fang has always liked to build up his strength and then amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. This time might not be an exception. P is almost equal to the three divine kings said. Although he had long known that Su Fong was not the reincarnation of some supreme expert, he still had a kind of blind trust in Su Fong. P is almost equal to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat? The Star Billow Realm Lord shook his head and smiled bitterly. The gap is too big. There is not much time left. Even if he wants to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, he won't have the chance. P is almost equal to it was not just the crowd. Even Zhang Yanhai, Mo Tiangong, Sheng Wuji, and the others frowned when they saw that the light screen on Su Fong's altar did not move at all. P is almost equal to, could it be that this kid is hiding in the land of the resting gods to avoid Ji Wuji? Sheng Wuji was not surprised. P is almost equal to then. He snorted coldly. Ji Wuji, this kid, is an old monster who is cultivated for hundreds of millions of years for 6 lifetimes. He even took the same name as me and pretended to be a young genius to come to the Blue Dome Star field to participate in the God-Child battle. He really is not a good person. P is almost equal to Zhang Yanhai said in a deep voice. If Su Fong is really hiding in order to avoid Ji Wuji's pursuit, his performance is really disappointing. He's not as good as Ao Qiongtian. P is almost equal to the Blue Dome Starfield Lord was overjoyed when he heard this. P is almost equal to Mo Tongong smiled faintly and thought to himself, you all underestimated Su Fong. He can even give me pointers. What kind of heaven-defying talent does he have? In order to save Xianlingzi, he sneaked into the Sanskrit and caused chaos in the Sanskrit. Why would he be afraid of Ji Wuji? Just you wait. Maybe he will give you a big surprise this time. P is almost equal to time flew by. P is almost equal to another 200 years had passed. More than half of the 1,000 years in the third round of the God's Child battle had passed. P is almost equal to Su Fong had spent more than 2,000 years in the cavern of time, immersed in the state of enlightenment. P is almost equal to how difficult was it to comprehend the great Tao. P is almost equal to the grand Tao was ethereal and illusory. Only those with extraordinary talent and great fortune could comprehend the mysteries of the world, see through the mysteries of the grand Tao, and discover clues from the heavenly Tao. Moreover, after countless years of comprehension, they could comprehend some mysteries from it. P is almost equal to because the great Tao was difficult to comprehend. There were countless heavenly gods in the universe. Only one divine emperor could be born in 10 million heavenly gods. P is almost equal to in the divine emperor realm. Only 1 in 10 million could reach the peak and comprehend the essence of the great Tao and become a supreme God expert. That showed how difficult it was to comprehend the great Tao. P is almost equal to Su Fong had the chaotic divine spark and cultivated the inner world. He also had the supreme divine insight that could deduce the heavenly Tao and observe the nature of heaven and earth. In addition to the purple Qi Dharma spirit, his ability to comprehend the heavenly Tao and control the nature of heaven and earth was unparalleled. P is almost equal to, however, Su Fong had only cultivated for a short period of time. It had only been a few 100,000 years since he became a cultivator. Any divine emperor realm immortal could spend hundreds of thousands of years in seclusion. A few 100,000 years was nothing to him. P is almost equal to in this closed-door cultivation. Su Fong did not intend to comprehend a great way. He intended to comprehend the essence of the 6 forces of nature: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and thunder. Moreover, his cultivation was only at the 7th sky of the divine emperor realm, so the difficulty was doubled. P is almost equal to in just 2,000 years. Although Su Fong had gained a lot, it was still impossible for him to comprehend the essence of the 6 great Taos of nature. P is almost equal to, moreover, of the 9 great Tao inheritance imprints obtained from the tomb, only 3 were suitable for Su Fong to comprehend. The others did not belong to the 6 great Taos of nature. This made it even more difficult for Su Fong to comprehend the essence of the 6 great Taos of nature. P is almost equal to, could it be that I've taken the wrong path? P is almost equal to Su Fong came out of seclusion. P is almost equal to after settling for a long time. Su Fong peeled off a ray of yang spirit, entered the origin sacred mirror, and flew toward the central space-time. P is almost equal to with Su Fong's current cultivation. Although he could fly calmly in the mysterious red space, it was not as easy as in the outside world. The divine mirror was still incomparably mysterious and vast to him. P is almost equal to senior sister. I have something to ask. P is almost equal to Su Fong transmitted his thoughts and yang qi to the black mirror in the central space-time. P is almost equal to a moment later. P is almost equal to a cold aura gushed out of the black mirror, and a pair of eyes appeared on the mirror. Did you encounter trouble with Ji Wuji again? You destroyed his first body, so he will definitely take revenge crazily. P is almost equal to, it's not about Ji Wuji, but about cultivation. Su Fong said respectfully. P is almost equal to, he slowly told Shu Wanjin about the difficulties he encountered in his cultivation. P is almost equal to, Shu Wanjin said faintly. The 6 great Taos of nature are the foundation of the construction of the world. You're trying to master the 6 great Taos of nature to make the world and your body stronger and more stable. This path is generally not bad. If you continue to cultivate like this, when you master the essence of the 6 great Taos, it will be time for your world to transform again. P is almost equal to hearing this. Su Fong felt relieved. P is almost equal to unexpectedly, Shu Wanjin continued, but you still underestimated your world and your body and the 9 yang transformation. P is almost equal to Su Fong was surprised. Underestimated my world and my body and the 9 yang transformation? P is almost equal to that's right. Your world and your body is made up of the yang meridian and the world tree. It is a supreme great Tao that is at the same level as the universe in the real world. P is almost equal to, your world and your body contains all the great Tao. Why do you need to comprehend all the great Tao? P is almost equal to, it's like painting. Have you ever seen the painters who painted the mountains and rivers? Did they clearly depict every blade of grass and every tree on the mountain? If that's the case, the painters will die of exhaustion before the painting is completed. P is almost equal to, you have cultivated the great perfection physical body. Have you cultivated every hair and every inch of your skin to be as hard as iron? P is almost equal to Shu Wanjin's words stunned Su Fong. Then what should I do? P is almost equal to, you don't need to master the essence of every great Tao. You only need to directly plunder and extract the great Tao principles like how you devour the world's essence and spiritual objects. Then you can integrate the great Tao principles into your world and your body and become the great Tao principles of your world. P is almost equal to, when the 9 yang transformation reaches a high enough level, these great Tao principles will naturally be controlled by you and become a part of you. You yourself are a world. Why do you need to comprehend the great Tao principles of the real world? P is almost equal to Shu Wanjin's voice was filled with a domineering aura. P is almost equal to Su Fong stammered. The great Tao principles can be plundered. P is almost equal to. Chapter 2060. The essence of cultivation is plundering. P is almost equal to cultivators absorb the natural spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the essence of the world. In the end, it's plundering from heaven and earth. It's just that there are different ways to plunder different cultivation techniques. P is almost equal to spiritual energy can be plundered, fate can be plundered. Why can't the laws of heaven? P is almost equal to your primal chaos divine spark and the world in your body allow you to contain everything. What is everything? The laws of heaven are naturally included. P is almost equal to Shu Wanjin's voice carried a kind of supreme, domineering aura that even the laws of heaven could be plundered, which shocked Su Fong. P is almost equal to Su Fong. The yang vein and the world tree are your foundation. You only need to focus on cultivating the 9 yang transformation, absorb the essence of the world, and let the world in your body grow stronger. P is almost equal to, as for the laws of heaven, you only need to plunder them from the outside world. You don't need to comprehend anything for the time being. When a nine-yang transformation reaches a high enough level, the laws of heaven and earth will naturally become a part of you and become your ability. P is almost equal to, however, when that time comes, the world and your body will be the laws of heaven and will crush all other laws. Your supreme laws of heaven and earth will be the supreme laws. Everything else is just a side branch. There's no need to comprehend anything. P is almost equal to you haven't reached the seventh transformation yet. For the time being, you can only fuse with the inheritance imprints left behind by those experts. You can't fuse with those that are too advanced. P is almost equal to when a nine-yang transformation is completed, you will have the opportunity to enter the most profound origin of heaven and earth in the universe. You can even plunder all the imprints of the laws of heaven and earth. P is almost equal to continue to work hard. Your 63rd yang meridian is about to be born. I will be able to break free soon and see the light of day again. P is almost equal to Shu Wanjin's faint voice gradually faded away, and the extremely cold air on the surface of the black mirror also disappeared without a trace. P is almost equal to my world and my body can not only devour the power of the world and various spiritual items, but also the purple chi spirit can also devour fate. Now, it can even devour the laws of heaven and earth. My world and my body is really domineering. P is almost equal to after Shu Wanjin left for a long time. Su Fong was still immersed in intense shock. P is almost equal to without any hesitation. Su Fong withdrew the yang spirit back into his body. P is almost equal to next. Su Fong merged all his blood and water doppelgangers into his main body. Even his second primordial spirit merged with his main body. P is almost equal to then. The Su Fong settled down and swallowed the pills, adjusting his life force, divine essence, essence spirit, true body, world tree, and yang meridian to peak condition. P is almost equal to another 500 years flew by in the cavern of time. P is almost equal to on this day. P is almost equal to Su Fong flew out of the immortal's cave of time. P is almost equal to boom. P is almost equal to Su Fong activated his inner world. P is almost equal to first. He would merge the divine dwelling and the inner world into one. P is almost equal to next. His nascent divinity fused with his inner world, followed by his perfect physical body, his various true body constitutions, his violet chi dharma spirit, his life force, and everything else. P is almost equal to, at this moment, Su Fong's physical body disappeared from the world, turning into a world outside the universe. P is almost equal to this world, gave people a mysterious and unpredictable feeling. It was boundless and vast, but it also felt as small as a speck of dust. P is almost equal to in the endless world, there were no stars, no life. P is almost equal to in the chaos, strange chaotic matter floated, and the whole world was filled with the mysterious power of yin and yang. The six natural forces of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and thunder were like the cycle of reincarnation, endlessly growing and multiplying. P is almost equal to Su Fong's inner world was completely different from the divine dwelling of a god. It was not an ethereal and empty energy space, but a real universe containing energy, matter, and the great Tao laws of the operation of the heavenly way. P is almost equal to these great Tao laws, at this time, were like the chaotic state after the beginning of the world. The laws were somewhat vague, but they contained all possibilities. P is almost equal to the mysterious and vast aura of the heavenly way enveloped the tomb. P is almost equal to when the 5 resurrected experts sensed Su Fong's aura. It was as if they were facing the heavenly way. Instinctive fear surged in their hearts, and they trembled under the power of Su Fong's inner world. P is almost equal to inheritance imprints, devour them all. P is almost equal to in the inner world, a shadow of Su Fong's primordial spirit condensed out of thin air. P is almost equal to whoosh. P is almost equal to all the tombstones harvested from the tomb mountain appeared in the void. P is almost equal to an invisible power of the heavenly way swept through 100 tombstones. P is almost equal to Xian Guang of different colors were peeled off from the tombstones and were swallowed by Su Fang's primordial spirit. P is almost equal to Su Fang felt as if an incomparably violent mountain torrent had rushed into his primordial spirit and his whole inner world with a roaring momentum. P is almost equal to, in an instant, P is almost equal to his whole body was about to explode. His body and soul were about to turn into nothingness, and nothing existed. P is almost equal to, however, the inner world he had incarnated into was like a vast ocean. No matter how the mountain torrent rolled and roared, it was soon merged into the vast ocean and became a part of the ocean. It could no longer raise a single wave. P is almost equal to, after calming down, Su Fang's primordial spirit and consciousness had an indescribable and wonderful feeling. The 100 inheritance imprints he had just devoured had completely become a part of him. P is almost equal to even the world in his body had undergone a miraculous change. It had become even more profound and contained even more profound mysteries. P is almost equal to the 7 heavenly marks on the primordial spirit shadow had become a little more vast. In each heavenly mark, there were many more fine branches. P is almost equal to at this moment. In his heart, his understanding of various great Taos had become clearer and pointed to the essence. P is almost equal to, sure enough, as Senior Sister Shu Wanjin said, these inheritance imprints were directly devoured by me, and then integrated into the inner world, becoming a part of my great Tao. P is almost equal to, it's just that it's not that easy to integrate these inheritance imprints. Again, P is almost equal to the primordial spirit shadow devoured the inheritance imprints again. This time, Su Fang devoured more than 300 inheritance imprints at once. P is almost equal to just like that. P is almost equal to Su Fang frantically devoured and integrated the inheritance imprints. P is almost equal to starting from the inheritance imprints left by the lowest divine emperor realm deities, followed by the middle divine emperor realm, the upper divine emperor realm, and finally the divine venerable realm, which surpassed the divine emperor realm all the way to the essence of the great Tao. P is almost equal to the inheritance imprints left by the other 8 experts, which have been replicated by the divine sky-projecting wall, were also directly devoured and integrated by Su Fang. P is almost equal to the inner world was also changing crazily. It was somewhat similar to the transformation of the 6th transformation. However, the 6th transformation was the birth of the inner world, while the next transformation was a shocking transformation of the inner world. P is almost equal to, at the peak of the graveyard mountain. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji sat cross-legged in front of a huge tombstone, a Guqin appearing in front of him. P is almost equal to his expression was solemn, and his body was trembling nonstop. His fingers, which were as soft as a woman's, plucked the strings of the Guqin. Strands of Guqin music floated out from the Guqin, causing the great Tao to produce a wonderful rhythm. P is almost equal to the golden inscriptions on the tombstone rose and fell with the sound of the Guqin. A golden Xian Guang shot out and flew into Ji Wuji's forehead, disappearing without a trace. P is almost equal to the entire tombstone was shattering layer by layer, turning into the pure essence of the world that was absorbed into Ji Wuji's body. P is almost equal to different from the tombstones in front of other divine tombs. This tombstone of the domain lord not only contained his lifetime understanding of the great Tao, but also a part of his cultivation essence. P is almost equal to the resting land of the gods was the world of this domain lord. Therefore, his cultivation essence was the essence of the entire resting land of the gods. With his cultivation essence, one could become the supreme ruler of this resting land of the gods. P is almost equal to fortune. This is really a great fortune. I didn't expect to not only obtain the great Tao inheritance of this domain lord, but also his cultivation. P is almost equal to, once I fuse with it, not only will my strength increase rapidly, but the world energy of this resting land of the gods will also be under my control. Everything in the resting land of the gods will belong to me, Ji Wuji. P is almost equal to Su Fong. So what if you take away all the inheritance imprints? Once I control the resting land of the gods, even you will be under my control. Everything you have, including the primal chaos divine spark, will become a part of my fortune. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji, smiled proudly as his hair danced with the sound of the guqin. He was in high spirits. P is almost equal to whom? P is almost equal to Ji Wuji suddenly sensed something. He raised his head and saw Sun Chi slowly flying toward the mountain peak. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji shouted domineeringly. The inheritance of a domain, Lord, belongs to me, Ji Wuji. Who do you think you are? How dare you snatch this fortune from me? Scram. P is almost equal to belong to you? All the fortunes in the resting land of the gods belong to those who are fated to obtain them. Since when did they belong to you, Ji Wuji? P is almost equal to Sun Chi smiled coldly and awkwardly. P is almost equal to, in the next second. P is almost equal to Sun Chi's eyes flashed with decisiveness and viciousness. P is almost equal to I, Sun Chi, used to be a lowly slave to achieve what I have today because I stepped on geniuses with noble backgrounds like you and stole your resources and fortunes. So what if you are the young master of the G people? I, Sun Chi, will not show mercy. P is almost equal to Sun Chi reached out and grabbed, and a blood-red flying sword appeared in front of him. P is almost equal to kill. P is almost equal to Sun Chi shouted coldly as a monstrous sword intent with a murderous aura whizzed out. P is almost equal to sharp sword Chi swept out, as if it was soaked in blood, as if it wanted to tear the heavens and earth apart. However, the target of the attack was not Ji Wuji, but the huge tombstone. P is almost equal to due to the restriction of the token. If Sun Chi attacked Ji Wuji, he would immediately be shackled. Therefore, Sun Chi cleverly chose to attack the tombstone to prevent Ji Wuji from obtaining the inheritance and cultivation essence. P is almost equal to you're courting death. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji was furious and had no choice but to release his third body to fight Sun Chi. P is almost equal to, as a result, the speed of absorbing the cultivation essence and inheritance imprint of a domain lord instantly became much slower and more difficult. P is almost equal to in the tomb chamber. P is almost equal to Su Fong suddenly opened his eyes. The world that he had transformed into was like an illusion, instantly vanishing without a trace. P is almost equal to his cultivation was still at the peak of the seventh heaven of the divine emperor realm. P is almost equal to, however, his aura had become even more ethereal, which was different from other experts. It was as if he had left the heavens and earth and did not belong to this world. His aura was rather similar to Goddess Luos. P is almost equal to he peeled off a sun spirit and entered the heaven and earth Tao palace. P is almost equal to the sun meridian did not change much, but the world tree had undergone a tremendous change. P is almost equal to the change was not in the size of the world tree, but in the top of the world tree. There was a flower bud that was faintly glowing, and a mysterious aura of the great Tao lingered around it. P is almost equal to this was not an ordinary flower bud. It was formed on the world tree by the ethereal laws of the great Tao that Su Fong had devoured countless inheritance imprints. P is almost equal to at the same time. It was also Su Fong's heaven and earth Tao palace. In other words, it was the world flower formed from all the laws of the world in his body. P is almost equal to. Chapter 2061. After devouring so many inheritance imprints and integrating the comprehension of the great Tao laws, my inner world has completed the step of nurturing the laws since the beginning of the world. P is almost equal to if it transforms again, what will happen to my inner world. P is almost equal to Su Fong's heart was filled with joy, and at the same time, he was filled with anticipation. P is almost equal to moreover. Su Fong knew very well that the next transformation of his inner world was the seventh transformation. P is almost equal to what is the opportunity for the birth of the 63rd yang meridian? P is almost equal to next. Su Fong entered the cavern of time and continued to cultivate the 9 yang, 9 transformations, and other cultivation methods. P is almost equal to about 2,000 years past. P is almost equal to Su Fong suddenly opened his eyes. P is almost equal to his right hand was constantly changing hand seals, and an endless, flexible, and infiltrating aura of the water great Tao pervaded around his right hand. P is almost equal to next. A blue brilliance emerged and gradually condensed into a 1-foot petal, exuding the aura of the water great Tao. Heavenly marks circulated in an incomparably mysterious pattern. P is almost equal to this petal was the essence of the water great Tao that Su Fong had comprehended and condensed from the laws. P is almost equal next. P is almost equal to Su Fong successively condensed the great Tao of wood, great Tao of fire, great Tao of metal, great Tao of earth, and finally the great Tao of lightning. P is almost equal to the 6 natural great Tao laws condensed into 6 petals, which meant that he had comprehended the essence of each great Tao. P is almost equal to comprehend any great Tao to such a high level. One's realm of great Tao had reached the level of a superior god. P is almost equal to Su Fong was currently at the 7th heaven of the divine emperor realm, but his comprehension of the great Tao had reached the level of a superior god. It was truly shocking. P is almost equal to moreover. Su Fong had comprehended all 6 great Tao to such a level, which could only be described as shocking. P is almost equal to the 6 great Tao are not Su Fong's Tao. My Tao is the supreme heavenly Tao. P is almost equal to Su Fong exuded a towering, domineering aura. P is almost equal to the essence of any great Tao was the pinnacle that countless gods dreamed of reaching. However, how many could truly reach it? P is almost equal to the other gods regarded them as the pinnacle, but Su Fong regarded them as the foundation, bricks, and tiles that formed his supreme heavenly Tao. How domineering was this? P is almost equal to the divine might of the heavenly Tao cycle of reincarnation exploded from the heavenly Tao palace, enveloping the 6 petals of the great Tao. P is almost equal to flower of heavenly Tao. Condense. P is almost equal to Su Fong shouted coldly. The supreme divine power of the heavenly Tao reincarnation suddenly compressed the 6 petals, forming a dazzling flower. P is almost equal to who would have thought that the flower of heavenly Tao would only take shape for an instant before shattering with a loud bang. The 6 flower of heavenly Tao also collapsed and disappeared into nothingness. P is almost equal to just a little more. P is almost equal to Su Fong revealed a look of regret. His height in the 9 suns, 9 transformations was still not enough. It was difficult for him to fuse all the 6 natural laws together. P is almost equal to, in this battle of the gods' resting land, I was able to comprehend all the 6 great Tao to the essence. It is already a supreme fortune. Not being able to fuse the 6 great Tao is nothing to be disappointed about. P is almost equal to Su Fong was relieved. P is almost equal to the great Tao is the foundation of power. As my comprehension of the great Tao increases, the power of my divine powers will increase by more than 10 times. My current strength can easily crush the peak of the divine emperor realm and fight with a lower ultimate god. P is almost equal to if I use a powerful divine powers like the great giant diamond body or activate a divine weapon. I can even kill an ordinary medium ultimate god. P is almost equal to Su Fong flew out of the cavern of time and space. The divine light in his eyes swept across. He felt that he could see through the entire world without using the mysterious solution of heaven and earth and the power of the purple cloud's Dharma spirit. At this moment, he could see deeper and more clearly into the ethereal heavenly Tao. P is almost equal to a powerful feeling of calmly controlling the world, as well as incomparable confidence, arose spontaneously in his heart. P is almost equal to the only regret was that all the tombstones with the imprint of inheritance had been devoured. In the future, he would not have any cultivation tools to comprehend the great Tao. P is almost equal to moreover. Without the imprint of inheritance, his result in this divine sun battle would definitely be at the bottom. This was also a big deal. P is almost equal to, since there are no results, I'll go get some now. P is almost equal to, Su Fong looked at the area where the other 5 resurrected experts were entrenched in the tomb and immediately dismissed the idea. P is almost equal to no matter how confident he was, it was impossible for him to have the strength to fight against a higher ultimate god. Even with the help of the undead king, the second primordial spirit, and the dragon bird, it would be difficult to kill any of the resurrected experts in the tomb. He might even become the resurrected expert's food. P is almost equal to Su Fong targeted the resurrected experts outside the tomb. He slightly activated the divine life shrinking technique to conceal his aura and went straight out of the tomb. P is almost equal to, you're the one. P is almost equal to, with a sweep of his complete realm ability, he immediately discovered that Bai Holan was being chased by 3 resurrected experts whose strength was comparable to that of a realm lord of a small realm. P is almost equal to, Su Fong activated the flaming cloud wings. A pair of solid wings appeared behind him. With a gentle flap, he covered more than 100 miles in an instant. P is almost equal to his understanding of the Dharma had improved. Although his cultivation had not improved, he could display 10 or even 100 times more powerful power with the same cultivation. P is almost equal to at this time. The speed of the flaming cloud wings had surpassed the divine emperor realm and reached the speed of a lower ultimate god. If it were not for the shackles of the world and the land of God resting, the flaming cloud wings could cover tens of thousands of miles in an instant. It was about the same speed as when he used the sky-splitting flying rainbow shuttle. P is almost equal to Su Fongda shouted, Bai Holan, come here! P is almost equal to Su Fong. These 3 resurrected experts are extremely powerful. You're no match for them. Hurry up and run. P is almost equal to when Bai Holan saw Su Fong. He immediately turned and flew to the side. P is almost equal to, however, one of the resurrected experts saw Su Fong. He let out an evil and excited roar and rushed towards Su Fong. P is almost equal to boom. P is almost equal to Su Fong's body suddenly ignited with flaming cloud wings and flew toward the resurrected expert. P is almost equal to at the moment of contact with the resurrected expert. The flaming cloud wings suddenly became violent and violet. They wrapped around the resurrected expert and burned him crazily. P is almost equal to, after a dozen breaths, the resurrected expert turned into a pile of charcoal and fell to the ground. Su Fong returned to his physical state and chased after Bai Holan. P is almost equal to whoosh. P is almost equal to in a flash. Su Fong was only 100 feet away from the resurrected expert who was chasing after Bai Holan. P is almost equal to one of the resurrected experts turned to attack Su Fong. At this time, Su Fong jumped and punched out. P is almost equal to lightning flashed on his fist, and a terrifying aura of the heavenly ways thunder punishment exploded. P is almost equal to it turned out that Su Fong had used the power of the thunder punishment true body. P is almost equal to boom. P is almost equal to the power of lightning was the most violent and powerful force in nature. It had a fatal restraining effect on resurrected experts. P is almost equal to Su Fong's thunder punishment true body was a kind of heavenly ways punishment power. Its power was even more astonishing. P is almost equal to after coming to the great world. Su Fong didn't deliberately cultivate the thunder punishment true body. It was much inferior to the Kunwa true body and the fire cloud emperor physique. P is almost equal to, however, as the perfection stage body continued to transform, the thunder punishment true body also rose in power. P is almost equal to, more importantly, he had now grasped the essence of the great Tao of lightning. Although he didn't use any lightning divine ability, he still burst out with astonishing power. P is almost equal to the terrifying lightning swept away the dense, deathly aura of the resurrected expert. The fist, which contained the power of the lightning punishment, smashed into the resurrected expert's chest as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. P is almost equal to this resurrected expert, whose strength was comparable to a realm lord of a small world, was instantly torn into pieces. His body burned with lightning fire splattered everywhere. P is almost equal to this scene. P is almost equal to Baiholan was surprised and incomparably shocked, and his head buzzed. P is almost equal to killing a realm lord of a small world with one punch. What kind of strength was this? P is almost equal to the other resurrected expert took the opportunity to pounce on Baiholan. P is almost equal to Qi. P is almost equal to flames flashed in Su Fang's eyes. When the flames landed on the resurrected expert's body, they suddenly exploded and ignited into raging flames. P is almost equal to heaven-burning eye. P is almost equal to amidst a roar full of anger and despair. The resurrected expert burned into a pile of ashes and scattered in the void. P is almost equal to Baiholan looked at Su Fang and said in disbelief, "Su Fang, you've actually become so powerful." P is almost equal to be careful. P is almost equal to Su Fang took out a storage ring containing many upper-grade elixirs and flew to Baiholan. He then went straight to the place where the resurrected experts were concentrated. P is almost equal to looking at Su Fang's back. Baiholan completely lost his confidence and courage to surpass him. P is almost equal to, due to the arrival of the geniuses from the Cyan Dome Star area, the resurrected experts on the Tomb Mountain were alarmed. It was not difficult for Su Fang to find target. P is almost equal to he directly released his aura and a powerful life aura soared into the sky. P is almost equal to roar. Roar. P is almost equal to Su Fang's life aura was like a burning lamp in the dark. It immediately attracted countless resurrected experts, and they rushed toward Su Fang like a tide. P is almost equal to among these resurrected experts. The strongest had reached the terrifying height of a middle-level ultimate god. However, there were not many of them. The rest were mainly at the divine emperor realm. P is almost equal to Su Fang first activated the Xianming Thunder Seal and bombarded the resurrected experts like a tide. P is almost equal to then he released the dragon bird and released the sun god's might to sweep away the death chi in the space and suppress the strength of the resurrected experts. P is almost equal to at this time. Su Fang quickly and violently attacked. P is almost equal to dragon subduing real body, Kunwu real body, fire cloud emperor body, thunder punishment real body, Xianin real body, non-phase golden body, and other real body abilities, along with the understanding of the essence of the Great Path Law, burst out with incomparably amazing power. P is almost equal to Su Fang wanted to practice his understanding of the Great Path Law through the confrontation with the resurrected experts. P is almost equal to wherever he went. He was like a hot knife through butter. Everywhere he went, he was invincible. P is almost equal to, however, he was facing too many resurrected experts and had to exert all kinds of power to the extreme. Fortunately, he had the strong protective ability of the ancestral dragon armor, so he was not injured. P is almost equal to, as the resurrected experts were killed by Su Fang, wisps of death chi drilled into the token on his arm. P is almost equal to at this time. The experts Su Fang killed were the top experts among the resurrected experts in the land of the resting gods. The results obtained from killing these resurrected experts were naturally incomparably amazing. P is almost equal to the 9-tiered blue dome pattern on the token flickered rapidly. The results were also increasing at an astonishing speed. P is almost equal to in the space of the deity arena of the Tong Bao Chamber of Commerce. In the floating light ball in the center, the light screens of the other geniuses had almost all stopped changing. Only one light screen was crazily changing. P is almost equal to Su Fang finally has power. P is almost equal to the originally dull space of the deity arena was instantly filled with a tide of exclamations. P is almost equal to. Chapter 2062. It wasn't hard to imagine the expressions of the Sanskrit experts when they saw this scene. P is almost equal to impossible. How can the results improve so quickly? Even young Master Ji Wuji wasn't this fast before. P is almost equal to how can the resurrected experts of the resting land of the gods be killed so easily? P is almost equal to could it be that Su Fong used some kind of cheating method? P is almost equal to not only the Sanskrit experts, but those who bet heavily on Su Fong's elimination were all in disbelief and raised their doubts. P is almost equal to, as for Xian Lingzi, the Star Billow Realm Lord, and the others, they were all shocked and immediately fell into ecstasy. P is almost equal to if Su Fong can use some kind of cheating method to improve his results so quickly in such a short time. How can it last? Just wait and see. In a few days, he won't be able to continue. P is almost equal to the higher-up from Sanskrit said with certainty, and the other Sanskrit experts also agreed. P is almost equal to who knows. P is almost equal to as time passed. Su Fong's improvement slowed down and stopped midway. P is almost equal to, however, after a short pause, it was followed by another explosion. P is almost equal to how much time is left until the chosen battle? No matter how heaven-defying Su Fong is, it's impossible for him to surpass Ao Cheongtian or even Tianwu Young Master. It's impossible for him to have any outstanding performance in the third round of the chosen battle. This explosion is just the final radiance of the setting sun, playing to the gallery. P is almost equal to the Sanskrit expert made another judgment, and his tone was even more certain than before. P is almost equal to under the gazes of countless people. Yi Zichen looked at Yi Zichen. P is almost equal to the light screen that represented Su Fong's results had a total of 9 layers. Starlight filled each layer of the blue dome, surpassing Tianwu Young Master, then Ao Cheongtian, and catching up to Ji Wuji. P is almost equal to time flew by. P is almost equal to more than 100 years later. P is almost equal to Su Fong's results had surpassed Ji Wuji's. P is almost equal to the Sanskrit expert was speechless. P is almost equal to the huge divine battle arena fell into a long period of silence. After that, there were waves of helpless sighs, exclamations, and whispers. P is almost equal to the land of the sleeping gods. P is almost equal to a tyrannical figure descended from the sky above the gates of the grave mountain. It was Ao Cheongtian. P is almost equal to after such a long period of recovery, Ao Cheongtian had actually returned to his peak state. Obviously, he had swallowed a lot of medicinal pills or spirit items. Otherwise, with his injuries, it would have been impossible for him to recover in just a few hundred years. P is almost equal to Su Fong. You better not be killed by the resurrected powerhouse. Otherwise, who will this young master vent his anger on? P is almost equal to Ao. Cheongtian couldn't help but grit his teeth. His usual domineering aura was now gone, replaced by a strong, murderous aura and resentment. P is almost equal to Ao. Cheongtian blamed Su Fong for everything that had happened to him. Then, he was being chased by 3 resurrected experts. P is almost equal to an addition. Su Fong had the inheritance mark. How could Ao Cheongtian let Su Fong go? P is almost equal to Ao. Cheongtian took a step forward and flew into the grave mountain. However, he was still very careful, afraid that something bad would happen again. P is almost equal to on the upper part of the grave mountain. P is almost equal to Su Fong activated the heaven and earth frost seal and killed a resurrected expert who was equivalent to a 9th heaven divine emperor with a punch. P is almost equal to just as he was about to continue searching for his target. P is almost equal to Buzz. Buzz. P is almost equal to the Tao runes of the heaven's secret life shrinking technique suddenly flashed rapidly in his mind. P is almost equal to immediately after The great perfection ability also sensed that there was a strange aura in the surrounding world force. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji. P is almost equal to, after sensing for a while, Su Fang's divine light changed instantly. P is almost equal to the power of the sleeping gods had merged with Ji Wuji's aura. P is almost equal to this meant that Ji Wuji had obtained the world source of the sleeping gods and had the ability to control the power of the sleeping gods. P is almost equal to Su Fang raised his head in shock and stared at the peak of the tomb mountain. Although he couldn't see anything, he could guess that Ji Wuji must have obtained a great fortune at the peak of the tomb mountain and merged with the world origin of the land of gods. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji is already extremely powerful. Once he controls the power of the sleeping gods, who can be his match in the sleeping gods? Unless there's a domain lord who can break through the power of the sleeping gods. P is almost equal to, there's not much time left until the end of the third round. I didn't expect something like this to happen at this time. What should I do? P is almost equal to Su Fang thought for a while. P is almost equal to, at this moment, a figure on a blood-red flying sword flew over shakily from the mountain. P is almost equal to Sun Chi. P is almost equal to Sun Chi's aura was weak, and he couldn't even control his flying sword. Not only did he lose to Ji Wuji for the Bell of Destiny, he was also heavily injured. P is almost equal to Pu. P is almost equal to Sun Chi had just escaped from the terrifying shackles of the mountain and suddenly increased his speed. Who would have thought that he would fall head first onto the ground and faint? P is almost equal to whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. P is almost equal to many revived experts since Sun Chi's aura and swarmed towards him. P is almost equal to save him. P is almost equal to Su Fang's brows furrowed as he released the dead king to rescue Sun Chi. P is almost equal to, although Su Fang wasn't a good person, he wouldn't watch a peerless genius die in front of him. P is almost equal to if it was Ao, Qiongtian, or Zhao Fan. Su Fang would naturally ignore them. However, Sun Chi was different. He came from a lowly background, but he was able to achieve such astonishing results. Su Fang admired him. P is almost equal to the dead king quickly rescued Sun Chi and returned to Su Fang's side. P is almost equal to Su Fang put Sun Chi into the Xianwang Six Paths Pagoda and then let Zhu Yin enter the Xianwang Six Paths Pagoda to help him swallow the elixir. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji is so powerful now. Even Sun Chi is no match for him. He can only hide and wait for the Divine Sun battle to end. P is almost equal to Su Fang, made up his mind, and went straight to the tomb in the cemetery. P is almost equal to if Ji Wuji had really merged with the land of the Divine Sleeping Land's world origin. The safest place in the land of the Divine Sleeping Land would be the tomb. P is almost equal to it was impossible for Ji Wuji to completely merge with the land of the Divine Sleeping Land's world origin in a short period of time. At most, he could only merge a small part of it. P is almost equal to there were a total of 5 extremely powerful revived experts in the tomb. No matter how powerful Ji Wuji was, he wouldn't be able to fight against these 5 revived experts who were all high-level supreme gods. P is almost equal to, in addition, the energy ball that Su Fang condensed from the aura of death and the power of the yin-yang world, which the dead king called the yin-yang death orb, was extremely tempting to those revived experts. P is almost equal to Su Fang could use it to bribe those revived experts. After all, Su Fang didn't have to pay any price. He just had to consume the power of the yin-yang world. P is almost equal to, however, it could only be done by the dead king. If Su Fang personally appeared, it would be strange if he wasn't torn apart and eaten by the 5 revived experts. P is almost equal to, after making up his mind, Su Fang put away the dead king and flew toward the tomb. P is almost equal to Su Fang. You're really still alive. That's great. Let's see where you can escape to this time. P is almost equal to Ao. Qiongtian's voice, which was filled with rage, came from the bottom of the tomb mountain. P is almost equal to Su Fang raised his eyebrows. He didn't want to be entangled with Ao Qiongtian at this time and sped up. P is almost equal to You think you can escape? If I let you escape this time, I, Ao Cheontian, will simply kill myself. P is almost equal to Ao Cheontian's domineering voice was still echoing above the tomb mountain. With a whoosh, his figure appeared 1,000 zhang away from Su Fang. P is almost equal to, since you're courting death, then don't blame me, Su Fang. P is almost equal to, Su Fang's eyes exuded a trace of coldness. He then used the Heaven's secret life shrinking technique. The power of fate covered the token on his arm. Even if he killed Ao Cheontian, the token wouldn't have any reaction. P is almost equal to Sovereign's Imperial Seal. Seal. P is almost equal to Ao Cheontian hated Su Fang to the bone. He first used a forbidden technique to seal the token. Then, he immediately unleashed his strongest attack, which was a shocking seal. P is almost equal to Golden Xianguang condensed into a huge imperial seal with an area of 10 zhang. A terrifying Grand Dao law that could seal the heavenly Dao enveloped Su Fang. P is almost equal to, in an instant, the surrounding space, the Grand Dao law, and even the Death Chi were shackled and sealed. P is almost equal to this young master promised Ji Wuji that I wouldn't kill you this time. I'll only shackle you. Consider it your luck. Suppress. P is almost equal to Ao Cheontian was very pleased with himself. He used his divine ability to transform into the Imperial Jade Seal, and it crashed down on Su Fang, entering his body through the top of his head. P is almost equal to Su Fang's divine aperture, divine body, and divine palace were all shackled by a domineering power. He couldn't use any of his power. P is almost equal to Su Fang. To think that you would have such a day. P is almost equal to Ao Cheontian carried a domineering aura that could make heaven and earth submit as he stepped forward step by step. P is almost equal to Su Fang revealed a mocking sneer. He used the world in his body, and the power of yin and yang shattered Ao Cheontian seal layer by layer. P is almost equal to then, the power of the world of yin and yang exploded. P is almost equal to Ao Cheontian's godly aura quickly crumbled under Su Fang's godly aura. Ao Cheontian was also enveloped by Su Fang's godly aura. P is almost equal to Ao Cheontian was shocked to find that his connection with the heavenly Tao had been severed. He couldn't use any of his powerful divine abilities. P is almost equal to this. Could this be the legendary small world that only supreme existences can cultivate? P is almost equal to Ao. Cheontian's eyes were filled with shock and fear. P is almost equal to he came here aggressively to suppress Su Fang. How could he be shackled by Su Fang so easily? P is almost equal to a domineering aura surged out of Ao Cheontian's body. It was as if he was the most powerful being in the world, and was fighting against Su Fang's inner world. P is almost equal to the ups and downs of heaven and earth are under my control. Reverse Death Fist. P is almost equal to Ao Cheontian exploded with all his strength, and the sacred golden Xianguang swept out. P is almost equal to this wasn't a divine ability that borrowed the power of heaven and earth. It was the power of Ao Cheontian's divine body and divine origin. P is almost equal to, then I'll show you what it means by submit and prosper, resist and perish. P is almost equal to a terrifying divine aura that seemed like it could split heaven and earth descended from Su Fang's world, shackling Ao Cheontian. P is almost equal to then. Su Fang's figure flickered. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Ao Cheontian. P is almost equal to the power of the entire world was condensed in his right fist, and it bombarded Ao Cheontian's fist. P is almost equal to crack. Crack. P is almost equal to Ao Cheontian's fist and arm shattered layer by layer, turning into a mist of blood. Even his right shoulder was shattered. P is almost equal to Ao Cheontian was sent flying more than 10 li away. He coughed up blood, and his eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. P is almost equal to I don't accept this. P is almost equal to AO. Qiongqian let out a furious roar as he once again charged at Su Fong, ignoring his injuries. P is almost equal to, then I'll beat you until you accept this. P is almost equal to Su Fong displayed a towering, domineering aura. He stepped forward again and punched out. P is almost equal to. Chapter 2063. This time, Su Fong didn't use the power of his inner world. Instead, he used the power of his 6 true bodies and the 6 grand Daos. Novel download. /P and AP the auras of the 6 grand Daos of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and lightning revolve around Su Fong's fist. The 6 mysterious colors of the Xian Guang changed, and a terrifying divine might exploded. P is almost equal to boom. P is almost equal to AO. Qiongtian's fate monarch's fist slammed into Su Fong's fist. Space trembled, and the corporeal god necropolis, as well as the resurrected experts, began to crumble. P is almost equal to AO. Qiongtian seemed to have been crushed by the heavenly Tao. His domineering aura disappeared, and his divine body was sent flying for hundreds of miles. In the end, he fell on a piece of land like a kite with a broken string. P is almost equal to I lost. P is almost equal to I am AO Qiongtian. How can I lose? And I lost to Su Fong? I don't accept this. P is almost equal to AO. Qiongtian couldn't accept this fact. He forgot about the pain from his injuries and looked at Su Fong in disbelief. P is almost equal to AO. Qiongtian is only SOSO. P is almost equal to Su Fong was majestic like a god of war. A supreme, domineering aura exuded from his body. P is almost equal to before the 3rd round of the Godchild competition. AO Qiongtian was still an opponent that he couldn't surpass. But now, AO Qiongtian was crushed like a mountain. In the future, AO Qiongtian was no longer qualified to be his target. P is almost equal to, I'll use this chance to kill AO Qiongtian. P is almost equal to Su Fong's eyes flashed with murderous intent. AO Qiongtian had tried to kill him many times, so he had long since harbored the desire to kill him. P is almost equal to, however, after thinking about it, Su Fong dismissed the idea. P is almost equal to if he killed AO Qiongtian in the resting land of the gods, it would be against the rules of the competition. Even with the life-shrinking technique, it wouldn't be difficult for the Azure Sky Domain Lord to find out if he wanted to kill him. P is almost equal to AO Qiongtian was the disciple of the Blue Sky Domain Lord. He had an extraordinary status. The consequences of killing him were too severe. Now is not the time to kill him. P is almost equal to besides. AO Qiongtian had already been defeated by Su Fong. Su Fong didn't want to kill an enemy who could be trampled under his feet. P is almost equal to moreover. Su Fong was about to face an even more powerful enemy, so he didn't have the energy to deal with AO Qiongtian. P is almost equal to AO Qiongtian. It's time for you, the number 1 genius of the star field, to be removed from the list. Su Fong snorted domineeringly. P is almost equal to Buzz. Buzz. P is almost equal to the Tao runes of fate, and the true runes of heavenly secrets flashed at the same time. A sense of danger surged from the bottom of his heart. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji. P is almost equal to Su Fong was startled and immediately became alert. P is almost equal to extraordinary. Extraordinary. I didn't expect AO Qiongtian to be so weak in front of you. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji's indifferent voice sounded from the sky. P is almost equal to while his voice was still echoing. Ji Wuji's figure appeared between Su Fong and AO Qiongtian. P is almost equal to the current Ji Wuji was very different from his usual self. His aura had become extremely ethereal, as if he had become one with the entire land of the sleeping gods. He faintly gave off the aura of a realm lord. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji has indeed merged with the essence of the land of the sleeping gods. It's as if he's a realm lord. P is almost equal to Su Fong was extremely shocked when his previous guess was confirmed. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji was indeed worthy of being a peerless genius of the G people who had cultivated for 6 lifetimes. Not only was his talent shocking, but he also possessed supreme providence to be able to obtain the essence of the land of the sleeping gods. P is almost equal to Su Fong. Even I have to admit that I admire your cultivation aptitude. To think that you've improved so much in the land of the sleeping gods. I take back the words I said before entering the land of the sleeping gods. I won't crush and humiliate you like an ant, but rather, I'll treat you as an opponent. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji looked at Su Fong with eyes full of admiration. P is almost equal to Su Fong sneered. Should I feel extremely honored to be your opponent? P is almost equal to indeed. You should. Ji Wuji nodded. P is almost equal to then. He casually said, fine, since it wasn't easy for you to grow to your current level, I'll spare your life. However, the precondition is that you must submit to me and become my slave. Moreover, I'll strip you of your primal chaos godhead. P is almost equal to, you actually know about the primal chaos godhead? Su Fong was astonished. P is almost equal to, not only am I the young master of the G people, I'm also a disciple of the supreme existence of the ancient god realm. My status is far higher than you can imagine. You'll understand in the future that submitting to me isn't a shameful thing, but a supreme fortune for you. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji was high and mighty, as if he already had Su Fong's life and death in his hands. P is almost equal to I, Su Fong, have always liked to control my own fate. I can only disappoint young Master Ji. Su Fong smiled coldly. P is almost equal to, that's a pity. Since you're unwilling to submit, I can only destroy you. However, I won't completely destroy you. Since you destroyed my first body, I'll suppress you and cultivate my 7th body. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji shook his head regretfully. P is almost equal to then. He suddenly grabbed with his left hand, and a suction force enveloped Su Fong's surroundings. He actually controlled the world and pulled Su Fong towards him. P is almost equal to Su Fong continuously released his aura in an attempt to break free from Ji Wuji's shackles. However, although Ji Wuji only controlled a small portion of the world's power, it was still the power of an area lord. Su Fong couldn't break free from his shackles and continued to fly towards Ji Wuji. P is almost equal to Su Fong. You were able to ascend from the outside world and grow to your current level. Whether it's talent or luck, if I didn't cultivate the 9 revolution rebirth technique, I would be ashamed of my inferiority. P is almost equal to, it's a pity that you overestimated yourself and dared to oppose me, the supreme G people. You're destined to die prematurely on your path of growth. Accept your fate. Your fate is to become my, Ji Wuji's, 7th reincarnation. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji revealed a womanly smile, as if victory was already in his grasp. P is almost equal to then. He flicked his right hand in the air and condensed his world's power into chains that covered Su Fong. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can decide Su Fong's fate? P is almost equal to Su Fong suddenly sneered in a domineering manner. A faint shadow flashed from his body without leaving a trace and disappeared into the void. P is almost equal to at the same time. P is almost equal to the world's power of yin and yang exploded from his body and shattered the shackles and chains. P is almost equal to then. Su Fong charged out like a ferocious tiger. The auras of the 6 Daos of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and lightning circled around him, forming a kind of heavenly Tao reincarnation divine might. He pushed forward forcefully and domineeringly against Ji Wuji's divine might, instantly closing in on Ji Wuji. P is almost equal to the essence of the 6 Daos of Tao. Ji Wuji was completely shocked. P is almost equal to then. His killing intent suddenly became fierce. You can actually comprehend the essence of the 6 Daos of Tao. Once you grow, how powerful will you be? P is almost equal to with a flick of Ji Wuji's finger. A zhung sound could be heard. It was as if an invisible zither string had suddenly snapped. A terrifying power that could collapse the world exploded, wanting to completely collapse Su Fong and the world around him. P is almost equal to boom. P is almost equal to although Su Fong successfully dissolved Ji Wuji's terrifying attack. He was sent flying. His right arm collapsed and turned into a bloody mist. If not for the protection of the ancestral dragon armor, his divine body would have been severely injured. P is almost equal to this was the result of Ji Wuji's plan to capture Su Fong alive and did not use his full strength. The power of the heavenly sound Great Tao combined with the power of the world was so terrifying that it was enough to crush a lower-level ultimate god. P is almost equal to Su Fong's left hand grabbed the air. The bloody mist that was his right arm tumbled and drilled into the broken arm. P is almost equal to then. A burst of bloody mist rushed out from the broken right arm and quickly condensed into a brand new right arm. P is almost equal to Su Fong's aura seemed to have weakened a little. However, his life force was incomparably boundless, and this bit of damage was still within his acceptable range. P is almost equal to Su Fong. You're only extraordinary against a genius like Ao Qiongtian. In front of me, you can only be crushed. Are you still going to make such a pointless struggle? P is almost equal to Ji Wuji shouted coldly. P is almost equal to who would have thought that in the next second. P is almost equal to a faint bloody shadow suddenly flashed behind Ji Wuji and drilled into his body, ignoring his defense. P is almost equal to a moment later. The bloody shadow drilled out of Ji Wuji's body again with a dense bloody mist. Ji Wuji's bloody mist was instantly reduced by about 1/10. P is almost equal to the bloody shadow flew back into Su Fong's body and quickly merged with Su Fong's bloody mist, causing the life force that Su Fong had just lost to recover to its peak state. P is almost equal to Su Fong. How dare you use such an evil divine ability to devour my bloody mist? Ji Wuji was furious. P is almost equal to Su Fong smiled coldly and embarrassedly. Your first body has already become my cultivation material. So what if I devour a little bit of your bloody mist? P is almost equal to Su Fong. What you're doing will only make your death more painful. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji's handsome face was distorted. He grabbed the guqin with his right hand and stroked the strings with his fingers. P is almost equal to clang, clang, clang. P is almost equal to the power of the heavenly Tao vibrated with a strange rhythm. Under the support of the power of the world of the resting land of the gods, thousands of rays of light suddenly appeared from nothingness. P is almost equal to shackles of power burst out from the light and shackled the space around Su Fong, forming an absolute seal that shackled the aura and laws of the world around him. P is almost equal to waves of vibrating power swept towards Su Fong, shattering his defenses. Even the ancestral dragon armor's defenses were being worn down layer by layer. Sooner or later, it would be completely worn down. P is almost equal to, looks like I have no choice but to join forces with senior sister Shu Wanjin to activate the Origin Sacred Mirror. However, that might not be enough to kill Ji Wuji. If the secret of the Origin Sacred Mirror is exposed, there will be endless trouble in the future. P is almost equal to Su Fong peeled off a Yang's soul and entered his inner world. He was about to enter the mysterious space of the Origin Sacred Mirror when he hesitated. P is almost equal to right at this moment. P is almost equal to buzz, buzz, buzz. P is almost equal to the Destiny Tao runes of the Heavenly Secret Life shrinking technique, and the true runes of the Heavenly Secret Unravel flashed crazily at the same time, indicating the arrival of a great danger. P is almost equal to even the purple cloud Dharma spirit, and the Origin Sacred Mirror trembled crazily as if they had sensed something. P is almost equal to this great danger did not come from Ji Wuji, nor did it come from an enemy. It came from the land of the resting land of the gods, and even the entire heavenly Tao. P is almost equal to a great fear surged in Su Fong's heart. It was as if the world was collapsing and the end of the world was coming. P is almost equal to, this is another change in the world. The seventh evil sun is about to rise. P is almost equal to, there was a boom in Su Fang's mind, and his mind went blank. P is almost equal to.